I mean, again, he doesn't know who Gabriel is, right? Because he didn't come from an Abrahamic faith. The people of Mecca were pagan.
Quran is mentioned, if this book was from other than God, they would have found in it many contradictions.
If a book is without contradictions, that has no bearing on whether it comes from God or not. I've had phone books that are inerrant, but I certainly don't think God gave them.
That we believe without understanding.
The brother asked a very important question, that most of the scholars say that listening to music, watching movies, and most of the television programs, they're haram. So how can we have fun? Let me tell you, brother, at the outset, that having fun is permitted in Islam as long as the fun is halal fun.
That the standard narrative has holes in it.
The Prophet tells us because Satan or the devil sleeps over our nostrils. Those who oversleep and not pray Fajr on time, Satan urinates in their ears.
I really do think Jesus was crucified and that he really was dead and buried. He thought that he was a son of God in the sense that he was specially chosen by God. I think Jesus really did think he was going to be the Messiah, the future king of Israel. I mean, that is, after all, why they crucified him.
Hello everyone, and peace of Christ to all of you. Please invite your friends. And today we are going to have some good experiment and together. You know, we see in YouTube a lot of videos about like there is a person, he's a Catholic. And he have hundreds of videos of him as a Catholic to the Quran. And the guy, he keep watching Quran and he have a reaction to the Quran. Second day he come back, he's a Catholic. He watch another video. He make reaction video for the Quran. Again, a day after he come back as a Catholic. He make a video a week after about the Quran. A Catholic reaction to the Quran. He come back again as a Catholic. So I want to know what the hell this is for. If you are going to be Catholic forever, so what the point of making a reaction for the Quran? I will tell you. Because people, they are watching because you saw they put the title Catholic reacting to the Quran. So if you take the word Catholic off, nobody will watch it. And all of them, they are Catholic, brother. There's no Protestant. All of them, they are Catholic. Look at this one. She is very Catholic. I can't tell. I mean, the makeup, this is Catholic, brother. She is Catholic. A Catholic listening to the Quran. I mean, what a scam in this world today. One after one, and you know, the second day, another video. A Catholic reaction to the Quran. So, are you going to stay Catholic? Isn't it time to change? As long as the Quran is amazing. What the heck is that? 1 week go, 2 months go, 2 years go, still a Catholic reaction for the Quran, brother. So today I decided to make a, you know, like an experiment. I want Muslims to call me and I will quote for you a verse from the Quran and I want to see your reaction. Who is a Muslim? He is proud about his book to the point he can guarantee us a reaction like this or like that. I mean, you can open your mouth like this if you have lipstick for sure. Or you can look at the Quran like that. Or you can make a move like this. I mean, choose one. Which one? So who is a Muslim would like to join us and tell us his reaction to the Quran? We have a lady, she called me, she said she called me long before. And she's saying she want to talk again. She's a Muslim. Let us see if we can call her. You will see. Hello? Yes, Ayesha?
Yeah, Aisha. Yeah, thank you for calling me.
You are welcome. We are live on air, just to let you know.
Oh, okay, we're live. Okay, yeah.
So
Yeah.
you said you spoke to me before, because I don't see any conversation between us before. Is that a new account?
No, it's the same account.
I don't know, because I don't
Actually,
see.
one of my friends, he introduced me to you.
Okay.
And on that day, I actually never listened to your videos before.
Right.
So he like suddenly introduced me, and he was like, he do live videos. Let me see if we can talk. But at that time,
Is that your friend from Pakistan?
yes,
Oh,
yeah.
okay, all right. Okay, I remember now.
So on that day, I knew that you do live videos, but I did not know that I was live that day actually.
Oh, really?
So all the time, you actually gave me 4 hours, and you were sending me few links on the chat, but I was not looking at the YouTube screen, and I did not know that I was live. That was like, and after the call, my friend told me you were live, and I was amazed. Oh, so I did not know that. Uh, but yeah, so that day was like a shock, and I was arguing with you a lot. Um, and I don't want to take a lot of time, and I would not have taken a lot of time that day if I knew that like so many people are watching.
No,
I'm
it's the
not
same. You see, when I speak to a person and we give an answer, everybody get the benefit. I don't like to
Yeah.
speak like one-to-one if it's
Yeah.
private, you know.
I agree.
But if it is not private, still I'm talking to you, but there's a lot of people who get the benefit. This is this is why I refuse to speak to a person like in a private, unless it is like you know, urgent, like a family, they want to leave Islam, but they don't anyone to know, you know, because of safety thing. Okay. So what do you think, Aisha, about we spoke for 4 hours, as you said.
Yeah.
So what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, that day I was kind of in shock, and I was like not willing to, you know, let go of my beliefs and everything. And after that day, I did so much research and listened to more of your videos and everything. And I was like all the time amazed, and whatever references you've been giving, I've been reading those references, not only those references, like the whole chapters in these books and Quran, and like my beliefs, it's like my life has changed upside down. I don't even know what to say. Like it's like my heart has changed. And I thank so much to you and my friend for all this. um I don't think, I mean, I was a good Muslim before. I used to eat halal and pray and everything, and I still eat halal, like because I'm used to it. I just don't still not able to, you know, eat non halal. But my heart, I don't really pray anymore. And whenever I pray to like God, just one God. Like at this point, I feel like I'm not Muslim anymore. That's how my heart it has become now. But I'm not yet. I have not done a lot of research on other religions, on Christianity, Judaism, and any other religions yet. I did try to make sense of Jesus as God, but I'm kind of struggling with that right now. But so I need some help regarding that.
Sure. So Aisha, so now you denounce Muhammad that he is a false prophet, correct? You acknowledge that.
Yeah, I mean, my heart does, like, I still feel like yes, my heart says that, yes.
Well, this, you know, we should go the heart and the brain, because both they should work together. And the Quran obviously is full of evidence that Muhammad is a false prophet, a prophet who claimed to be a prophet, getting information from his God. He should not make such a mistake about which one Allah created first, the mountains or the stars. In one verse says the mountains, and the other verse says the star. The God who do not know how the baby is made, obviously he is not God, you know. There's somebody making up this, you know. a congealed blood will not become a baby. That's false. Women, they don't have a semen coming from their ribs. This is silly and this is stupid. And they don't have semen at all. It doesn't matter where they are coming from. So when God he speak, God is not a stupid, supposedly. We assume that this is God and he knew what he is saying. So like, you know, people, they laugh at somebody. Like, let us say I am a person claim to know Islam. And if I make a mistake, even if it's a mistake, everybody will laugh at me because he claimed to know Islam, you know. Look what he did. So imagine you claim to be God, you know, and you make this is not a mistake. This is a fabrication then. So you said, I understand now, you decide to leave Islam, and you said you still eat halal food. But you see here, halal food is not really halal, because you see the Quran is a very silly book. Isn't it? The Quran says that the food of the Christians is halal for you. So how the Quran says to you, you eat halal food, and then the Quran says to you, eat the food of the Christian and the Jews.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
So as long as you can eat our food, that means you can eat the Quran giving you license to eat whatever we eat, you know, because it doesn't make sense to say such a statement. So I say to you, this halal food is just a you know, like it's just Muhammad trying to copy the Jews, you know, trying to make a religion. So he, you know, when he needed fasting, he asked the Jews, "Why you are fasting?" They said, "We are fasting Ashura because this is the day where Moses he crossed over the seas, you know, across the sea." So he said, "Okay, well, you know what? We are more close to Muhammad than you, to Moses than you." So he starts fasting that day because he have no religion yet. He's trying to establish fasting, prayer, etc. So he's copying from others. At the same time, the word halal food. In chapter 5, verse number 5, it says, "Today I made the food of the Christians and the Jews lawful for you." And at that time, the Christians, they are eating what they are eating today. Nothing changed. So as long, and not only that, just to show you that the word halal is a false. You know what halal mean?
It's like when you slaughter animal with the name of God.
Exactly. So look what happened. When the Christian, they slaughter in the name of their God. Who is their God? Jesus. So how it is halal to eat food, slaughter in the name of the God of the Christians?
Actually, what I read and understood, and what like by watching a few videos, they actually, like Islamic scholars say that it's yes, it is allowed to eat the meat of people of book, but since Christians consider Jesus as God, which is not right, it's like kufr. So no, you cannot eat the.
But this is what contradict the Quran, because the Quran saying.
Yeah, Quran.
See, those scholars, they are trying to duct tape the Quran, saying all the people of the book. It doesn't say the Christians only. It doesn't say the Jews only. It says Ahlul Kitab. So when a sheikh he tried to do that, you know, the question is, are you trying to fix the mistake of Allah? You know, you know. So this is really funny, and you know. But let us go now. You said you have a struggle with accepting Jesus as God. Why you think you have a struggle?
Because first thing, I will admit that I have not done a lot of research. I read Bible a lot, or read. So this is something that I admit. I work, and I just am not getting a lot of time. I've been traveling, you know. So that is something that on my part I want to do this. But so far, like the first thing I would say is because in Muslims, it's like a very, very big thing that you consider Jesus as God, because it's like the biggest form of sin. It's kufr. So that's like instilled in my mind, too hard to believe. This is, I think, one thing that's kind of stopping me a little bit. Secondly, when I read a few verses from Bible, and whenever I see that Jesus is calling Father, do this, Father, can you forgive them, and Father, like that. So I feel like if he was himself, why did he used to call Father? Why couldn't he just do it himself. Another question I feel like is
Let us go by one. So
Sure,
you see,
okay.
when Jesus was on the cross, he says, "Forgive them, Father, they do not know what they are doing." But did
Yeah.
Jesus in the Bible, in the same book, say as many times you go and your sin is forgiven?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Jesus forgives sin. So here, Jesus, because we believe in the Trinity, and the Trinity mean God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit. And now the Jews, they are killing Jesus himself. So Jesus, he don't want the Jews to be punished, and he is asking the Father not to be angry, because he can demolish them all. So because even if when we say when Jesus, he said, "Forgive them, Father," well, Jesus obviously he is giving the forgiveness already, but still the Father he have to forgive, because you are killing who? You are killing his Son. Who is the one who sent me? My Father. Who is the one who sent me to you? My Father. So Jesus acknowledged the authority of the Father. Now, when we say the word Father, what Father mean?
like the Lord.
No, let us say you speak about your Father. When you say Father,
about my,
you mean what? You mean authority, right? He have authority
yeah.
over you, correct? You have a lot of respect to him.
Yes.
You have appreciation to him, right?
Okay. Yes.
And you have love to him, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All those things giving this person a special place in your life. So Jesus, when he's asking the Father, still he's asking the Father. He's not asking God. He's asking the Father. Forgive them, Father. So the Son is asking the Father. Nothing changed in Christianity then, because still the Son is asking the Father. In the same time, Jesus said many times in the Bible, "Go on your sin is forgiven." So who can forgive sin?
Yeah. Father,
Who can forgive sin?
the Lord God.
The Lord. So when Jesus, he gave forgiveness to sin, not only actually Jesus, he forgives sin. Jesus, he told the disciples, but this is only for his disciples, the one you forgive his sin is forgiven. So Jesus, even he have the power to give them a special ability to his disciple, go and preach and make miracles in my name. So the one you forgive his sin is forgiven. This is a promise from him. So Jesus not only can forgive sin, as we see in Luke, chapter 7, verse number 40. You can read from verse number 37, 48. But all over the Bible, Jesus, like the person, he cannot walk. Well, you know what? Which the Jews, they said, who is this one who forgives sin? Don't you know that only God forgives sin? So the Jews already, the reason the Jews, they want to kill Jesus, because he is doing what God do, what God say. So when Jesus, he forgives sin, he promised us to be, let us say, he give us a proof that he is God, but let us say, talk is cheap. I can say to you, I am God, and go, Ayesha, your sin is forgiven. It's easy, right? Talk. Is that correct? Talk is cheap. Anyone can say it. You can say it. I can say it. But what doesn't make me God? How? Because simply, Jesus, when he do those things, he didn't know what nobody can do. So when he ordered the one who is born, he cannot walk. He says to him, he said to the Jews, which one is easier, to say your sin is forgiven, or to say to him, carry your bed and walk? You know what I mean? So Jesus, as a person, when we look at God, we expect him to do what God can do. And the question is, did Jesus do what God do?
Yeah, he did. But my another question on it is that it could be possible that God the Father gave Jesus this some like authority for God gives authority to different prophets to do different things. So
you
he
see,
gave
in the front of me, I have the book of John, chapter 1, and this is verse number 1. It says in the beginning, you see the translation is a translation, the best to read in the original language, but the translation would do good. In the origin, the Word had been existence, and the Word been existence with God. And that word was God himself. The one himself was the origin with God. Everything was in his hand, and without him, even one thing exists of those things that existed. You know, when the Bible speaks about Jesus, present him to us as the Word of God. And the Word of God is God himself. So when you say that God the Father, maybe he gave Jesus the authority, that will not change anything, because, well, he is the Word of God. And the Word of God is the authority. In the Quran, Muhammad, he says, when he was trying to refute the Christians, that the similarity between Jesus and Adam is the same. If he wanted something, he said to him, be, and he was, right? Okay.
Yeah.
So the Quran here affirm that the Word of God actually is God. Why? Because God cannot do anything without his word, according to the Quran. Like, why God need to say be in order to create Adam? Because if he is God without be, he do not need to say be. So what the word here? So Muhammad here is trying to steal from the Christians' belief, and he add things would destroy his religion. Because simply Allah did not create Adam by saying be. If you remember, the Quran says that when Allah fashioned Adam, he ordered the angels to bow down to him, right? But how he fashioned him? He fashioned him by his hands, and he created him by his hands. So in chapter 38, verse number 72, it says, when I have fashioned him and breathed into him my spirit, they fall down to bow down to him. In different verse, in the same chapter, it says, Allah, he says to Iblis, what prevent you from prostrating yourself in the front of Adam when I created you with my two hands? Correct? So the Quran is obviously confused, or Muhammad himself is confused about what God can do. Obviously, the God of Muhammad, he don't use his words to create anything. He use hands to create things, and approve in the front of your eyes. So in the case of Jesus, Jesus is the Word of God, which means that everything Jesus, the Word have, is God having, and the Word of God is presenting the will of God. So when I say to you, be exists, like God said, let be light. So the creation of light happened by what? By the Word of God, right?
Yeah.
That is the Word of God. That is Jesus. So Jesus is, that's why the Bible says everything was created by him and for him. So when we say about Jesus that he is coming as a man, and this is what is confusing you, well, how he is God and he is a man. Well, I say to you, Ayesha, my sister, if God cannot come as a man, he cannot be God too, because the second you say to God, you cannot be, that's mean we are not talking about God. You know what I mean? Like, some people, they laugh at as an example, the Hindus. Like they have, or the Buddhas, they have God like an elephant, or, even that really is a silly thing to say, laughing at them. Why? Because what if God decide to come as an elephant? What is the problem? What is exactly the problem? So, but because a human being, he think he is higher than the rest, so he start making mockery. What if God himself, he come as a man? Why not? So if God, he decide to come in a way, who are you to tell him? Oh, you can't do that. If you remember in the Quran, when Muhammad, he tried to refute the Christians, he said to them, how can God have a son if you don't have a girlfriend? Right? Okay, but this is very silly. Again, this is a low IQ answer, because we Christian, we don't believe that God have a wife, her name is Mary, and then they get married and they have a baby son, his name is Jesus. So obviously, in your head until now, you have the confusion coming, as I see it, from you used to be a Muslim all your life, and now today you decide to leave. You are asking yourself, well, how God can have a son? I answer to you, why not? If God, he decide, I have a son, who am I to ask him, why? Who are you? You know, like God, he decide to create Ayesha. Who am I to say, hey, why Ayesha exists? You know what I mean? How come we don't ask God? Well, like, you know, ask God. If you want to ask God, then you can question about everything. So either you say God is a person of power and he is supreme and he do as he will, or you can say, as the Quran says, the verse in front of us, chapter 6, verse number 101, it says, to him is due the primal origin of heaven and earth. How can he have a son when he has no girlfriend? But this is destroy the idea of God of Islam. Why? Because the God of Islam now is like me. I'm single. So if Ayesha asks me, do you have kids? I will say, how I can have kids if I don't have a girlfriend or a wife? So this is an answer acceptable from someone is limited like me, because a male alone cannot make children, correct?
Yes.
And the same for female. So here, the answer here is a silly answer showing us that the God of Islam is very limited, and he himself cannot even have a son unless he have a girlfriend. So what is missing in the life of Allah to be able to have a son is the girlfriend. Now the Muslim, they try to fix it. They says to you, no, this is not this God. What's, you know, this is what he says. How can he? And look, it is the Quran saying, how can he? The second you say how can to God, then I have to say how God can be God too. Because God can do everything.
Yes.
That's why we call him Almighty, correct?
Yeah.
So,
why God decided to come after so many like many generations, and why, like, how, who would actually guide the people before he came, and why did he decide to come? Yeah.
Well, this is very you know, you see, if you read carefully the Old Testament, you will see that there is people that are called righteous, and the righteous is the one
Sorry
who,
I'm sorry for interruption. One more thing, I actually am not able to find this live. You are actually reading the verses and I'm following that, but I can't find the video.
okay, well, let me see if I can share with you the link in Skype. Just be sure to mute YouTube.
Yeah.
We'll give you the link. Here we go. Give me a second. All right, I sent you the link in Skype. So, so God, you know, like you said, how come he did not? Who said he did not? All those prophets, they came for what reason? All those, you know, our life story start with God since Adam, and then his children after him. They struggle with people. This is why we have the flood of Noah. This is why we have stories about other people. Not only, you know, the Bible is not speaking only about Jesus. There's tons of names. They come as warners and as messengers from God to warn people about what is right. In the same time, what if somebody he never heard of our God? Somebody who live in the jungle of Brazil, you know? The Bible says that the person who does or who like that, he will be judged by his knowledge, because God is about justice. So God will not judge you. It's like, you know, when the government, they make a law, the law have to be announced in order to be active. You cannot punish me for a law you made and nobody knows about it, because how am I going to obey the law if I do not know the law, correct?
Yes.
So in order for God to punish somebody for not obeying the law, well, he have to receive the law first. So if a person never ever heard about the God which we believe in, that person, he will be judged by what God gave him in his heart. When God, he created us, he gave us a lot of things called, made us a human. As an example, we feel that this is evil. We feel that this is bad. When somebody kills somebody, we don't like to see the blood, correct? Even when you see a chicken is slaughtered, you get disgusted. So God, he put inside you a form of righteousness, a form of understanding for what is right, what's wrong, even though it's very limited, but he will judge you by what you know.
Yeah.
Not by what you do not know. So when we say that why Jesus came now, well, all those names, they were preparing for the coming of Jesus. And a human being always, he reject. Even God himself, he came to them, they reject him. So it was, let us say, a final attempt from the merciful God to make us save ourselves. He will not save me unless I choose to save myself. Jesus is the same as a firefighter. He come to your door, you knock at your door, he says, hey, the fire will happen in this date here in your house. Come join me, I will save you. And you will say, no, thank you. I'm not convinced. And then the fire will happen. And then do you blame Jesus for not saving you, or you blame yourself? So this is the story of God with the human. He always sending them warner after warner. And then the final attempt is, I will come to you, myself as God, to show you who I am, what I can do for you, to show you my love. When you said to me that Jesus in the cross, he says, forgive them, Father, right? Yeah. Isn't it, this is what God is about? Look what happened. The Bible says that God is love. God is love. Well, this is a big word. We never heard of it in Islam,
Yeah.
And this is very, very powerful. Like if you go to John, 1 John chapter 4, you will see that God is love, and let us love one another, for love is from God. And whoever loves has been. Let me open the 1 John, so you can see with me what I'm talking about. Okay. All right, let's see here. So here we have 1 John chapter 4. We read it from verse number 7. You can read it from verse number 1, actually. It's even better. But the important here, beloved, let us love one another, for love is from God. And whoever loves has been born of God and knows God. So if you don't know what love, you do not know God. At the same time, anyone who does not love does not know God. So in Christianity, the purpose of Jesus to come to this earth is to introduce love to us. How to learn to love, to forgive, to be merciful, to be human again, because we become animals. People, they enjoy killing each other. They shout, glorifying the death of somebody because they are full of hate. So anyone who does not love does not know God. That's why Muslims, they do not know God really, because in their heart they have a lot of hatred for everybody. You might love, in Islam, you cannot even love somebody who is not a Muslim. And the Muslim, they cannot even love each other. And the husband, he don't love his wife, because when he marry her as one, is going to be one of many. If a man, he love a woman, why he want to have a second woman? Correct?
Yeah.
Even there's birds and animals, when the female die, that bird, he stays single and he don't eat. He die. He stopped eating. So birds are more, they know about love more than a human. So because we are lost our humanity, God the Father, he sent God the Son, so we will recognize love again. And this is why Jesus says, love your enemy. Have you ever heard of something like this?
Yeah, I mean, in Christianity, yes.
It's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah, and the whole concept about the Yeah, that's true. In Islam, I've always been worried and like just scared of punishments, and like that's how I've been. I try to make myself change myself and worship God in a way that I can worship out of love, and I really liked doing that. And in Christianity, I saw that this is the whole concept around Christianity is the like do whatever with love. Um, yeah, this I
See,
really
Aisha, the concept of love in Christianity changed everything in your life. Why? Because when you marry to stay with the man, not because you love how much money he have, not because today temporarily this is the husband, tomorrow different husband. When you do have a children, you are in love with them, the same as you love the children of your neighbors, because you have love for everybody. When you see a friend, you don't gossip about them. It solves all the problem in the earth if we love each other. I mean, if we practice one sentence of Jesus, there's no need for army, and there's no need for police, and there's no need for security. Most of the earth is spending is what? For military. If we take the money USA alone spend just for military, we can feed the whole earth. We are not short of money, and we are not short of goods, and we are not short of food. We have, but because a human being became a greedy, and a human being is afraid of a human being. We are not afraid of aliens are going to invade us. We are afraid from Al-Qaeda, from Russia. We are afraid from America. We are afraid from China. We are afraid from everybody's afraid of everybody, you know, because nobody is following Jesus no more, you know, because love is not in our heart. And when love goes, what is going to replace it? Evil.
yeah.
Love mean you help the poor. Love mean you help the needy. Love mean you help the one who you do not know. You know, Jesus, he says, I was hungry and you did feed me. I was thirsty and you gave me a drink. I was a prisoner and you visited me. I was a stranger and you took me in. They said to him, Lord, when we did that to you? He said, when you do it to my brothers, you did it to me. So this is what love is about.
I saw the same verses in Quran too, right? This, or is it in Hadith? Because I heard this.
Well, Muhammad is trying to copy from Jesus, obviously. Like, you know, I remember once a Muslim, a Muslim sheikh, he's a sheikh. He says to me, how Jesus can be God when he says, when he speak about the master seed, you know? And he says, as small as the master seed. I said, okay, what the problem? He says, don't you know that master seed is not the smallest in the earth? I said, okay, so are you saying this is a mistake now? He said, well, if he is giving example about a master seed, he should choose something smaller if this is what he is talking about. I said, okay, so if that is a mistake, then the Quran is a mistake too, because chapter 21, verse number 47, chapter 31, verse number 16, say exactly the words of Jesus. They are copying him about the master seed. So he's a sheikh, you do not know what he's talking about, and he got busted as usual. But you notice here that when we speak about the Messiah, the Messiah, he gave an example of everything, and he himself was the example. So it's very easy to say to you, be merciful, but if you hurt me, I will kill you. You know what I mean? Like, how many of us, we are so nice, but the second somebody did hurt them, you will see a different person. But you remember you said to me that Jesus on the cross, he said, forgive them, Father, you do not know what they are doing. So why Jesus, if he is not God? This is not a love of a human being like us. Because if I was on the cross, I would be cursing them. You know? I mean, imagine those people, they are shouting at me, spitting at me, putting nails in my hands and in my feet. And what I do? I'm worried about them now. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and similarly, I actually saw this same similar kind of stories, I would say, about Prophet Muhammad too. The,
You know, Prophet Muhammad, let me show you what Prophet Muhammad do. This is very funny to say to me. You say some story. Muhammad, there was a woman, her name is Qirfa. He killed her by cutting her to pieces. She's over 85, 86 years old. Muhammad, there's a group of people, they supposedly, according to the Muslim stories, they killed the shepherd and they took some sheep and they ran away. Muhammad, he brought them back and he crucified them. He cut their hands, he cut their feet, and their eyes was gagged out. Do you see the hadith?
it's not.
It's going to come to you, and as you see, this is sahih. And this is mentioned in many places. He put even nails in the fire, and then he inserted the nails inside their eyes. So how we can say Muhammad, he have the same story? What is that? They will say to you, Muhammad, he forgave the people of Quraysh when he entered Mecca. Those are his people. This is his town. Those are his cousins. In the same time, if he killed all of them, he would have no family. So he is doing just what it's called politics. So they convert to Islam. But Muhammad, he never was merciful to anyone. He's cutting hands of your enemies. Is splitting a woman to pieces when she's alive. Is merciful act? Because she made a poetry against me? And remember, there is tons of stories written about Muhammad, and those are written long after Muhammad. But if we go in the Quran, we don't see the mercy. The Quran says that Muslims, they should be very tough on the infidels. They are merciful only between each other.
Yeah.
Chapter 48, and this is the true description of Muhammad, from Muhammad's mouth, from Allah's mouth, supposedly. Chapter 48, verse number 29. Muhammad is the messenger of Allah, and those who are with him are severe against disbelievers, and merciful among themselves. Do you see it? This is the command of Allah. You cannot be merciful for someone who is opposing the Prophet. You can be merciful only for if somebody is a Muslim. Is that Quran, or am I making things up?
Yeah, of course.
It's in front of you.
Yeah.
Even Muhammad, you know, he made it clear that when the Muslims, they kill, Allah, he healed the chest of the believers. Allah will punish the disbelievers by the hand of the Muslims. Chapter 9, verse number 14. Fight against them so that Allah will punish them by your hands and disgrace them and give you victory. So you have to torture them. In Arabic it says yu'adhibahum. Yu'adhib means to torture. Here it says punish them. That's a false translation. I don't know how much Arabic you know. But
I cannot. Yeah, I don't understand the meaning.
Yeah, this is Hilali Khan. Let us see if we have different translation. This is Mawdudi. Let us see Mawdudi. See Mawdudi, he changed the words.
Yeah,
he tortured them. So Allah will torture non-believers by the hand of Muslims. So we're going back to Jesus. Jesus was the merciful God himself coming to this earth. So he can teach us love, and he can bring us back to our humanity because we lost it. He's not coming here to show you that he can walk in water, and he can resurrect people from death, and he can make the blind see. This is not a showtime. But all those things Jesus did to assure you that he is the one you are waiting for. Otherwise, anyone can say anything.
Yeah.
I can say love each other. There's many philosophers speak about love.
Yeah.
But nobody have the power of the Supreme God.
I always used to have some questions, but in Islam I've always been basically we have been taught that you actually don't question a lot, and like, so I'm kind of struggling since I have this now. I'm understanding all this, and I'm not able to share this with my family right now. I tried a little bit. I just, if even if like that day I was talking to my brother and I just said that I don't think all wives of Prophet Muhammad were happy. That how could they be happy? So he was like, I mean, he got pretty not furious, but like he felt that I disrespected him, and he said, "How could you even say that? That's wrong. All of his wives would be very happy." And we just assume things. But if I see some stories, I see that no, that's not true. I don't think all the wives were happy. And similarly, I saw some videos of like breastfeeding the to make them mahram, and that didn't make sense to me. Killing child and everything. These are all the things that we never talk about being Muslim. Uh, and now that I'm learning all this, it does not make sense to me. So yeah, the I mean, and thanks to you for all this. I cannot thank you enough for everything, and to my friend too, who introduced me to you. Because that day when he introduced me, I was like in a entirely different state of mind and different beliefs, and since that day, everything changed. Um, so yeah, of regarding the Jesus, if I want to ask, what's the concept? If is it that I have to believe that, because since I believe in Jesus, I know he came into this world with a miracle, and I respect him, love him, and everything. Um, is it that a person who believe in Jesus as God, that he is a God sent on this earth, if I don't believe that, I will not be saved? Is it like that?
You see, you know, when we speak about being saved, this is my concern as a human, let us say, as a selfish human being, right? I mean, I'm thinking about myself now. Jesus is bigger than this. Jesus, he come, he knew what they will do to him, and he was willing to die to save you, to save me, to save them. So you as an individual, because you are a weak person, I am a weak person, you know, if a mosquito touch me, I stay in pain for 15 minutes, correct? A mosquito can hurt us. So because of the nature of our weakness, we always think about ourselves being saved. For Jesus, the story is different. For Jesus, he is here to save all of us, not individual. And we as individual in the same time, he speak to us as individual, which means in Christianity, every person, he have a connection with God when he choose to. Not like Muslims, they have to pray 5 times a day when God is not even there. What's the point of those 5 times a day when you are forcing people to do it? In the same time, Muhammad, he says, Allah, he come down in the 3rd part of the night, which means he's not even listening. And he asks, who is praying? So in Christianity, prayer is personal, God is personal, love is personal, and Jesus is personal, which means we have one Jesus Christ. But Jesus Christ for you is personal, which means you have Jesus Christ, I have Jesus Christ, she have Jesus Christ. He is with every one of us. He said, every 2 of you mention my name, I will be between them. So with the Christ is not only a person who want to save me and take me to heaven, he is a person who want to save me today with my struggle. You struggle with your life, you struggle with your husband, you struggle with your children, you struggle with making decisions, you struggle with is right, what's wrong. You struggle with everything you do in life. Even from the first second you woke up in the morning, you face a struggle in your life. So Jesus is not just a person coming to save you and take you to heaven. Jesus is coming to change you so you don't struggle, not only in heaven, but even in earth. And the struggle Jesus, he promised you, doesn't mean you will be rich, doesn't mean you will have a villa. It might be the opposite, actually. It might be you might discriminated. But Jesus, he saved you from struggling in your soul. You might struggle physically. As a Christian, they struggle in Pakistan just because they are Christians. So, but Jesus said, don't be worried about the one who destroy your body, but worry about the one who destroy your soul. Because if somebody destroy my body, well, maybe this is the best way to go to heaven, because he made a murder of me. You know, he killed me because I'm a Christian. But the one who destroyed my soul now is going to go to hell. So with the Christ, your interests change. The way you see others change. You don't see enemies. When I see a Muslim, I don't see an enemy. I see a person, he's been fooled by Muhammad, and from my heart, I want to save him. A Muslim, when he look at me, he see an enemy, a kafir, he's filthy, he's insulting the Prophet, takbir, Allahu Akbar, we need to do jihad, maybe we should kill him. Not maybe, we should, you know. So the way we look at each other is different. Why? Because of Jesus. So Jesus has changed not only your destiny of salvation, and I don't want to use the word destiny much, but destiny, this is a destiny you chose, not Jesus chose for you. Because it's you who decide to be with the Messiah or not. So I can now say, I want to follow the Messiah and I will be saved. So to make it simple, if you don't believe in the Messiah, there's no salvation. No salvation to anyone. Doesn't matter who. A Jew, a Christian, because there's many Christians that are Christian by name. You know, they have no salvation. They will never go to heaven. It's not about numbers, you know. Who care for numbers? There's a lot of people, they don't even know what is the Bible is. So salvation with Jesus means salvation of your soul from now, not only when the day of judgment come. And yes, there is no salvation except with the Messiah himself.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, right now I'm in just a condition where I do believe whatever I read in Bible, I believe in it. I love reading it. I love everything, whatever, like everything is very inspiring. And I never looked Islam this way, that it's been copied, and because I never explored out of Islam. So now when I'm doing it, I feel, yes, there are many things copied and there are many things that does not make sense to me.
You know, Ayesha, I want to tell you something very important for you as a female. And it's very important for me as a male too. You see, when Jesus, he come to this earth, he noticed how the Jews, they are treating women. And the Jews, they are the same as Muslims. They marry, they divorce, they marry, they divorce, they marry, they divorce. And when a woman, she get older, he replace her. As if she is a car. So when Jesus came, and this is not because of the Bible teaching, this is because of their own practice. The Bible says, don't multiply your wife. Don't multiply your wives. Which means don't seek, don't be a righteous person. A righteous person, he have a wife, that's it. God, when he created Adam, he created Eve, not Eves. So human being, because he is greedy, and he don't have love in his heart no more, he have lost. So he wanted to have more wives. And more wives is like, you know, is more joy for him. With the Christ, when he came, he changed all of that. So you will notice that divorce is not that easy, because marriage is not a joke. A man and a woman, when they get married, they have a holy relationship together by the name of God. In Islam, just 2 days ago, I played a video of Mimi Hijab. He was saying that Muslims, they marry for 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes, 2 hours.
Yeah, I saw that, yeah.
Why is that? This guy now is complaining, talking about a group of Muslims practicing that, but the fact, this is Islam. This is Islam.
Yeah, I don't believe on that. We like, I don't know, there are different sects in Islam. We don't believe that, but yeah, I know many sects that do, and yeah, Islam also kind of proved that.
All Islamic sect, they practice multi wives, easy to change wives. There's not even because the Quran says, go, and did not even use the word marriage. I don't want to be rude with you. Use the F word. F, 2, 3, 4, you know? And here you notice why God is saying go and for two. Why he don't say marry a woman you love and that's it? What the problem? What this is 2, 3, 4, 4. You know what is exactly is the target? Muhammad he says tanakahu, so I can, you know, like if each other, so I can be proud about you in the front of other nations. So he have a target from the beginning. He want to multiply the numbers, but he don't care for the family value.
Yeah.
When I was a kid, I visited a kid in my age from school in his house, and then the kid he says the F word to his brother, saying the F word to his mother. I said, "You stupid! Isn't his mother your mother?" He said, "No, his mother is different." And this was the first time for me as a Christian kid to see two brothers who don't have the same mother, because this is in our society. You know, our society is a very strict society. Christian women, she stay married, and the man stay married until they die. Very rare you find somebody getting divorced unless there is something really bad happen. So
yeah, I saw that in Bible. I was actually talking to my friend who introduced me to you. So we were looking at the verses, and it was that you in Christianity you can only leave, or you are recommended basically to not leave your wife unless she cheat on you, or I think there's physical abuse involved. But other than that, it's, I mean, it should be for life. But when I saw Christians, they do divorce and they do remarry and they do things like that, but they just don't do polygamy. So I did not know that actually Bible teaches something different, but Christians also don't really follow that, which is different. But yeah, Jesus
yeah,
taught.
you see
I was impressed.
when Jesus he speak about adultery, you know, adultery in the Bible is not necessarily somebody sleeping with somebody. Adultery is a sin, all kind of sin against God, which is big, called adultery. Many people, they have an understanding of the word adultery, the same as they have an understanding for the word Sabbath. Sabbath is not Saturday, even though it's used as Saturday. Sabbath is any holiday for God. Any day, if I say tomorrow I designate my day to be the day for God, that is Sabbath. Holiday is a Sabbath. Same for adultery. So the Bible says the earth committed adultery. But have you ever heard of earth having sexual relationship? No. So the earth committing adultery is about the earth became full of sin. Adultery is a sin. Adultery against God is a big sin. And this is why the word adultery is present the extreme sin, not just a sin. So there is a sin, you know, like a woman should do gossip, and there is a sin of adultery. Adultery is a man, he leave his wife and he stay away for a long time. He don't take care for her, they don't care for the children. He did adultery because he made a promise to God that he will take care of his wife. He promised that he will stay with her. So adultery have many form or formation. It's of you breaking your oath, or let us say your promise in front of God. So when a man he marry a woman, he made a promise, and she made a promise. The one of them who break that promise, whatever the promise is committing adultery. You know what I mean? So if a woman she make a promise to be faithful for her husband, and she is not, even not by sleeping around, by taking money, hiding money from him, you know, she's not being faithful anymore. That's it. She's not being faithful. A man, he have in his mind, he have a wife, but he is thinking about having sex with different women. He did not have sex yet, but he is thinking about it, that he committed adultery. So adultery is a form of a cheating maybe, but it's about you cheating in any form, not necessarily having sex. In Islam, no. In Islam, adultery is you having sexual intercourse specifically. And if you don't have 4 witnesses, there's no adultery still. And here you ask yourself, what kind of God he says such a thing? Because how I'm going to, I don't want to be polite, you know, with you, because Muhammad, he say is exactly, you have to see the private part going in and out. You have to get 4 witnesses, you know. Who in the world that can happen? You know, what if they are wearing their clothes and doing it? That means there's no proof. So it is silly, it is stupid. So in Christianity, focus in the value, not in the physical. You know, because you can be filthy without doing physical things.
Hmm.
Jesus said, it's not what go in your mouth make you dirty, it's what come out from your mouth. So I did not do something filthy, but my mouth is a filthy mouth, then, well, I'm not clean then. So the Muslims, because they associate themselves with the Jews, so they start, Muhammad, he start focusing in like ablution, kosher food, you know. He want to make himself look like holy. Jesus exposed them that they are not really holy. They swallow, I mean, a camel go inside their mouth and they don't see it, you know. And if a person is rich, you know, they don't even see his sin. They see only the poor person's sin. Muhammad is the same. Muhammad, when if you remember the story of the blind man, you remember the story of the blind man?
Can you remind me a little? I think maybe I have.
Ibn Maktoum, he is a blind man.
Okay.
He came to Muhammad asking for questions about Islam. He wanna, you know, he wanna know about Islam. So Muhammad, when the blind man came to him, what he did to him?
Is it that he ignored him and
Ignored him, exactly. So when the people, they start saying, what kind of a prophet, because he is poor, he is a blind, what kind of a prophet? He make fun of a blind man, he kick him out of his house just because he is, this is a chapter of Abasa. So what kind of a prophet? He make fun of him just because he is blind. And so what if you are talking to rich people? Which one is more important? Obviously for Muhammad, the rich ones are more important.
So I actually heard about this, that he was just a blind man, and the other people were actually the leaders of the city or something. So he wanted to actually teach them or influence them so that they can influence larger.
But you see, Ayesha,
that's what
I did not ask you if you are blind or rich or poor, correct? You might be blind, but that will not change anything. You are a human being. And you are equal to everybody, correct? Okay. So if I'm a prophet and I explain to a blind man and the rich one exist, I'm explaining to everybody.
Yeah.
So there's no point. Like when you said to me about calling me, I said to you, I prefer like open call, so everybody can learn from the question and from the answer, right? So,
So
blind
why?
man asking a question. So what's the problem?
Yeah, why did he then include like his own flaw in Quran?
He did not. Look what happened. Because people, they started speaking against him, saying, look what he did. What kind of a prophet? He do that, you know? So now he want to clean himself. So he said, oh, Allah told me. Why you do that? You know? It's not because he's good. And in the same time, isn't it the prophet inspired by God, as the Muslim says? So did he make a mistake here? No Muslim dare to say he make mistakes. No Muslim dare. And the Quran says that Allah, he forgave the sin of Muhammad in the past and in the future, right? So why Allah sending him a verse saying to him, why you did that? You'll give him a license to do more. Right?
Yeah.
In the same time, did Muhammad change? No. After that, Muhammad, he gave Abu Sufyan, you know, there's a verse in the Quran speaking about al-mu'allafa qulubahum. What does that mean? Is those who you buy their heart by money. Chapter 9, verse number 60. The money from the booties. He speak about charity now. When you see the word charity, it sounds good. Look what happened. This money you should spend, not the shares of Muhammad, those out of the shares, the rest. You spend it in the poor, okay, and the needy, okay, and then and those who their heart are to be reconciled. So Muhammad is making a budget to make people to convert to Islam by paying them money. Why a decent man will do that? Imagine, Ayesha, I say to you, if you convert to Christianity, I will give you $100. That's mean I'm evil. Why? Because I did not make your heart love my God. I made your heart love my money.
Yeah.
You know? So if this is how he converts somebody to Islam, by money, that's mean, Muhammad, you don't have God. And that's mean those people who converted to Islam because of the money, they did not believe in Muhammad. And the reason Muhammad, he paid them money, do you know why? You know Abu Sufyan, who was Abu Sufyan?
Yeah,
Those
why?
are very powerful people. They are warrior. They are strong, very strong family, scary family. So he cannot convert them, and he cannot kill them, and he cannot fight them. So what we will do? Let us buy them. They love money. So I will give you money. Just join me. And when they saw how much money they can get, they join Islam. They are evil. And then actually they are the reason who can destroy the religion of Islam itself. Those people are the same people who behind the killing of the grandsons of Muhammad. The same family.
Okay.
Yeah. So with in Christianity, Christ is about family, wife and husband, and that will make healthy children, healthy family. In Islam, you don't even know who is the kids. The kids of who? When you said to me there's some Christian, they do that today, well, they are not following Christ. Who care? I mean, everybody will go where he belongs. You see, Christian is someone who follows Christ, is not somebody he call himself a Christian. So if somebody marry, divorce, marry, divorce, marry, divorce, yes, they are not doing polygamy, but they are keep marrying, divorcing. I mean, obviously, they are not being Christians. So this is why Jesus says, not everyone says to me, Lord, Lord, will enter the kingdom of my Father, but the one who does well. So it might happen that, okay, you are not lucky and your marriage was very horrible and you got divorced. Okay. You marry second time. Okay. Second time did not work. Okay. Third time, obviously there's something wrong. I mean, fourth time, fifth time, that's not a marriage, because this is why a Christian person should be careful about his marriage. And if divorce happen, he should fight against it, not seek it, He should fight against the divorce, because divorce can destroy the family, the children's. It have many, many bad, like effect of the life of the family. So there's many women, their husband is not good. But because they are, wonderful women, they say, well, he is not good, but God is good. God will reward me. I have children to take care of. My children is more important. And there is many, like you see, Christ, he did not come to force the women to stay with the husband, because it's for both. It's the man he have to do the same as the wife. So the man cannot divorce. Actually, when Jesus was speaking to them, he was speaking to the man. Remember, this is a men's society, So he was training the men what not to do, not the women. You know what I mean? Because women always, usually, they are the victim. They are the weak person in the society, and they are the one being abused. Abused by who? By the man. So he was speaking to the man. So this was against the man, not against the women.
Yes.
And the purpose was to protect the women's rights and to protect the family value. A man, he loved his wife. You see, when we speak about love, so Jesus wants the man to love his wife, not to marry his wife. Because everybody can marry, and then everybody can divorce. So you love his wife as a Christ, he loved the church, what the Bible says. You sacrifice yourself, you give yourself to your wife, the same as Christ Jesus, he gave himself to the church. And he ordered the women to obey the husband. But in order to obey the husband, this husband, he should be a person who sacrificed himself for the wife, for the family. Which means both of them, they are doing an act of love, not an act of a must. So when a man, he gave his life to his wife because he loved her, not because he have to. And when the wife, she obeyed the husband because she loved him, not because she have to. And this is what's called marriage in Christianity. So two people, they agree to love each other and sacrifice to each other and to unite their name and their God. One of them, he don't have the love in his heart no more. He is breaking the command of God.
Yeah.
And the man, he can do that always. Mostly men, they do that, you know, by treating the women badly, you know, disrespecting her, treating her as a piece of furniture, like she is there. You know, she have to be waiting for me. It doesn't matter what. Letting me take advantage of her, you know, where she can go, what she can do, you know. So when the man, he start doing that, he is breaking the command of God. Or if the women should do that at the same time.
Okay. Yeah, and this all makes a lot of sense to me, and everything is amazing. And thank you so much for sharing everything. I won't take a lot of time from you anymore. I just have like the last couple of questions.
Don't worry about taking time. I'm here to help you, my sister, and I'm happy to help you. Don't worry about the time. What is your question? Go ahead.
Yeah. Again, it's because I would be working after some time. I'm like it's during work hour, and I work from home, so able to talk to you. How do people manage? Like right now, I see my whole family, extended family, everybody's Muslims, and like really, none of my family is like changed their religion or anything. It's kind of feel hard. I don't know how I handle this. Even if I try to speak a little bit about like religion, like just show a little bit doubt to my family. I tried that. They did not like it. I know my family is very good. They'll really love me. I know if I say this to him, they will be like crushed, but not like abandon me. That I know this, but I don't know how to handle this. Should I start like learning and make my faith firm, and then share with family, or should I just keep it hidden in me? Like, what do I do? And I also, so I'm at this point. I actually recently lost my husband too. He died last year. So I'm single. I was actually looking now. After a year, I started looking to maybe get married again, and I was. But I was, of course, considering like the Muslim proposals. But I literally stopped because I was like my even my faith and everything changed, and I don't know what to do. So it's like I'm a very weird position in my life. I don't know what to do, how to handle this. So I want some help, like how a lot of people who change their religion. How do they handle, or how do you guide me
You
to
know,
do
Ayesha,
this?
I will start with myself. If you ask me, who is your family? Who is your family? You know, I know people that they stop talking to me because of what I do. I know people, they don't even invite me to their houses no more because they discover I'm a Christian prince. I know people, they don't want to even shake hands with me because they're afraid. So who is my family? My family is, first is Christ. My family first is those who love Christ, and they love me because of Christ. So your family is going to get bigger, not smaller. This is number one. Number two, which one is more important? To be saved, or I'm worried about what somebody from my family will say? Remember, all those families, with my respect your family, and I'm sorry about you losing your husband, but all people are temporary in their life, because everyone will get divorced or get married or have children. He will be busy with them, and then people will start forgetting about you. You will become an auntie, a cousin. You know what I mean? It's not. You know, family is a temporary stage in our life, the same as, you know, when a duck, she have her babies, she teach them how to swim, and then when they have their feather, everybody go home to his home, right? So you know, you will have your home, you will have your family, and I'm not worried really about the family which I am between today, because if this family love me, you see, I quote for you 1 John, you know, and the Bible there says, love never fail. Love never fail. So if your family love you, when they love you, nothing can change that. If your family really, they don't love Ayesha as their sister, as their child, then they will change. and then they are not worthy your love. Why? Because simply they don't have love for you. They have love to a certain Ayesha, certain person. If this person change, well, we don't love this person no more. You know why? Did he do, like, did you kill somebody? No. Did you become a thief? No. Did you become a prostitute? God forbid, no. So what happened exactly? You just change your faith. That's all. And you became a believer, and you are trying to practice to be a good person. So what is the problem? Oh, the problem, she is not following our belief. So if they really love you, they will never change. And I hope so. Same time, I will not be worried. Yeah, I will not be worried about anyone. I don't care really. If my mother stopped talking to me, if my brothers, if my sisters, if my cousins, I don't care, because simply I care for what is right and what's wrong. What, you know, when Jesus says, what is the benefit if you win the whole world and you lose yourself? Go win the whole world. I can now, you see in YouTube, I cannot quit my videos. I cannot receive donation. I cannot have super chat. Why? Because of what I do. If I'm a person who is a hypocrite, who is politically correct, or a Muslim, YouTube will allow me to have all of those things. And I will have a huge number of subscribers and etc. Everything is going against me. So why I'm doing what I'm doing? Because I am doing what is right. I don't care if the whole world hate me. You know, the Bible says, actually, Jesus says, they will hate you. They will hate you because of me. You know, so there's many they might hate you. Your friend, they might stop talking to you because you are a Muslim and you have Muslim friends, and then they will say, "Oh, she left Islam and now she became a Christian." So they will stop talking to you. Who care? You don't want them. You know, the one who don't have love, you do not know God. Remember what the verse says in 1 John. The one who do not know love, you do not know what is God. So your family is going to be the one who knows how to love, or those are the one who knows God. You will go to church, you will meet new friends, you will have a new family, and always choose your friends carefully, because it's not enough to go to a church. The church can be, the priest himself can be the devil. The priest himself, Jesus said, be aware of false teachers. They come to you in the clothes of a sheep, but they are wolves. So there's evil everywhere. We don't want to be naive. So when we speak about love, doesn't mean that we give hugs to everybody. Love is about following what is right. I love to be right. I hate to be wrong. So when you see some people, they are loving what you love to be right, then those are the people who fit to be your friends, fit to be your companion or a husband, or fit to be your family. Otherwise, you don't need a family if she is not going to be a family of love.
Yeah, I know my family will not, of course, abandon me. They will be very worried and everything. They will keep on, lecturing me with, of course, Islam and everything, which is okay. I'm just thinking, like, in Islam, in Muslims, because Muslims basically judge people a lot, and it's not a very good, considered good that the person left Islam. And I think some people, even not in USA, but maybe in other countries, people, it could even become dangerous to actually tell that I left Islam.
Exactly, I know, I understand. But
So,
my sister Ayesha, don't worry about them.
So do you think that it's if I should I be public about it, or should I?
So do you decide to accept Christ as your Lord now?
I mean, I have left Islam, and I kind of am lean towards it, but please, I need some more time to
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, if you want, I can even help you with your family. Like who?
Yeah,
your brother?
yeah.
He can call me. He's the one that will come. I will speak to him nicely.
Yeah.
Just tell me, this is my brother. You can call first, introduce him to me, and leave him for me.
Okay. Yeah.
Because if you have another member in the family he left Islam too, that will be help to make, let us say, the dam collapse. And then we will have a new family of love, not a family of paganism, kissing black stone, praying in one direction, thinking that there's God waiting in certain time to pray for him. If we miss the bus, we miss God. So I'm willing to help you as much as you need with your family. And do your mother speak English?
Yeah, she does. She understands
Okay.
and she can speak, like she can communicate, yes. But
All right.
yeah, they're really like good people and they really love me. I know that. We all like we are a very loving family, and I'm very thankful to God for this. It's just this faith thing will be, and since I've shared a few things with them, not really that I have faith problem. I just shared like raised some questions, and they are now concerned about me. And whenever we talk, my mom actually tells me good things about like how I should be, like about Islam and everything. They are a little bit concerned about me already.
You know what? Like what you tell you? Give me an example.
Like for example, we were like I told you yesterday, I was talking to my brother on phone and I told him about that. I don't think his wives were happy. Like how could they be happy in this kind of setup where he had like so many wives and he's like not being good with anyone, and that's why you're used to raise concerns too. And it's kind of women they were probably suppressed, um, so he did not like this idea. And I also shared one time, when I was visiting them a few days ago, I talked to them about like the lineage problem, that when you have a child out of marriage, or then you can actually even that's not your daughter or son, it's like totally non-mahram, you can even marry them too, and that's like such a messed up overall lineage problem it could create. So these kind of like concerns, and nobody. And I also talked to a few like about women, how women are treated, and how they don't have rights. I was talking to one of my friends about this, and she did not have answers. Nobody I talked to have answers like clearly, and they always say you need help, talk to scholars and all. And I don't think any scholars can help either. I tried that too. um, so yeah, I think so my brother actually told me that when you raised that question, I also started having questions in my mind, which is not nice. It's wrong to be questioning your religion. It's not healthy. It's wrong. Like that's how we are taught, that if you question, if you're having doubt, you're actually doing a sin, which is
Yeah, because you see, because the devil, he don't want you to
hmm,
ask questions. If God is true, God, he
hmm,
will be able to answer your question. What kind of God he don't want you to ask questions?
hmm,
Jesus says, read the book, search the books, find the
hmm,
truth, and the truth will set you free. That's what Jesus says. Find the truth. You search, you study, you ask.
hmm,
He not only asks us to ask, he encourages us to study, so we can
hmm,
find the truth, and the truth will set you free. You know,
hmm,
you mentioned the lineage. Do you know that in Islam,
hmm,
if a woman, she is cheating her husband,
hmm,
and all her kids is not the kids from that husband,
hmm,
those kids will inherit the man who is married to her.
hmm,
What kind of madness is that?
hmm.
This is
Yeah.
Sahih Bukhari. The Prophet says, the boy for the honor of the bed. What the
Hmm.
heck is that? That's
Yeah.
mean my wife, she can go sleep around and she will
Hmm.
have a boy from everybody, but none of those boys are mine, and then they will take all my money.
Hmm.
And not
Yeah.
only that, and my boy, who is the real boy, if he is not a boy from adultery, if he's a boy from adultery, he will not have my name. He will not inherit me. So look what
Hmm.
happened now. We have a society where a man, he sleep with the neighbor wife, and the
Hmm.
neighbor sleep with this guy wife. Then each one of them, they have the kids of each other. And
Yeah.
then the kids of this guy, who is not his kids, they are living in the house next to him, he will inherit the neighbor as his their
Hmm.
father, but he's not their father. So what kind of religion this religion is? What
Hmm.
is the logic? So in Islam, there is no really logic, and Muhammad is making rules, and those rules, he keeps changing them because he is not from God. That's why,
Hmm.
there is a verse in the Quran, it says,
Hmm.
when Muhammad, he says, any verse Allah, he abrogate or cause to be forgotten,
Hmm.
what Allah will do? Do you remember?
No.
He said, any verse we abrogate or we cause to be forgotten, we will replace it with something
Oh,
similar or better.
or better. Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. And look here, just there's something funny. I don't like to see people in camera, but I wish I can see your face now in camera because we are making video about reaction. Look what happened here. None of our revelation do we abrogate or cause to be forgotten, but we substitute something better or similar. And then he says, and Allah has the power of all things. So Allah, he have the power to change his Quran. That's amazing. Do you see how powerful Allah? He can make Quran better than his Quran. I mean, isn't this the most stupid verse in the Quran? Allah is the most powerful. How he proved that? He can make a verse better than this verse. So I write a book. It's called The Deception of Allah, or Quran and Science, or Sex and Allah. And now I promise you, Ayesha, I'm going to go home and I'm going to make a book better than my book. And that is the proof that I am Almighty God. I'm all powerful, because who can do that except God? What he did, he caused me to forget Quran, and now he will make Quran similar Quran. So why you cause me to forget the Quran if it's a similar Quran? And how God can make Quran better than the Quran of God? If you see, the second you say that Allah, he can make Quran better than the Quran, that's mean it's not written by the same person.
Yeah, and I also when I read that verse that God is challenging, Allah is challenging basically that if anybody can bring up like just a single verse like this, and I used to think like, what's the challenge about? Like I think anybody can, there are good writers, they can write any good verses, or like I just never really understood what's the meaning of this ayah and what's the challenge about.
Ayesha, if I now say to you, I challenge you to make one page like my page in my book, how silly is that saying? Because if you try to copy it exactly, I will say you're copying me. If you make some change, I say it's not the same. So what is the challenge is? But look what happened here, you see, and then later we find that Muhammad received satanic verses. How nobody can make Quran like the Quran, and then Allah, he will delete the shaitan Quran. That means shaitan can make Quran, and Muhammad did not notice. In the top of that, the verse in front of us, if nobody can make Quran like the Quran, how in the world? That means the first Quran is perfect, correct? So how the second Quran is going to be better?
Yeah.
Was Allah a perfect God when he wrote the first Quran? Or he was not? If Allah was perfect before, then Allah will make Quran which is perfect after. So how the one was perfect before is not good enough to be called better, but the one coming after it is better. Actually, this verse alone is enough to destroy all the cult of Muhammad, because there is no way that the word of God better than the word of God. That is even silly. This is stupid. I can say this doctor is better than this doctor. Happen, right? We cannot say Allah, he can write a book better than the book of Allah.
Yeah, it makes sense. Yes.
So my dear sister Ayesha, if you like, you can invite any of your family you think they are willing to listen, and I will speak to them nicely, and I will be happy to take calls from you anytime. And remember one thing: Christianity is not about ritual, is not about superstition. Like there's some Christian, they are superstition like Muhammad, like you enter the bathroom with certain things and you do certain things and you have to do certain prayer. Now, those things are not Christian, this is not Christian. So the Jews, they have a lot of ritual too, and there is a reason for that. Always there is a reason for everything. But with the Christ, we are above all rituals. We are above all wisdom, for we have the wise God himself. He come to us, and he is the only one you need to listen to, not to Christian prince, not to a priest. Anyone he says something to you is against what Jesus said, don't take it. Very simple,
Okay.
So,
And how do you suggest I start this journey of how do I go ahead and study, research, or
well, always my favorite to read in the Bible for a new Christian is to read John chapter 1. I will send you the link,
Okay.
you know. I will send you the Aramaic translation, you know, so you can start reading. John, you see, the reason I like you to read with John, he was speaking to people like you. See,
Okay.
the Christians, when they go to teach and preach, the first thing they face is the Jews. So there's the Bible written to the Jews, and there's the Bible written to those people who they are not Jews. Like you and me, we are not from the Jews, you know. So in the Bible, in the book of John, he speaks to the mind of those who they are not from the Jews, and they are not from the children of Abraham. And this is why I believe it will make a better impact for you to learn about Christ before you start reading the other verses. And I want you to do something. I believe it's very important to understand Christianity and Christ. Don't just read. You see, when I read, I don't read like people. Even when I read the Quran, I don't read like people. You know, that's why I see things nobody see. You know, because I don't read like them. There's people who read words, and there's people who live the words. So if you want to understand what Jesus is talking about, try to live the story. Try to be in the story. Try to be a person who is there. And you are a listener. You are not reading a book. So like here when it says, in the beginning it was the Word, and the Word was exist. Okay, the Word is the existence of everything. The Word is God. And then in verse number 14 it says, and the Word became a flesh. That is from the beginning of the Bible. It says clearly that the Word of God is Jesus, and became a flesh, became a man, come to us, and we beheld his glory, and the glory as only begotten of the Father, full of grace and truth. So when we read here, we see the spirituality, we live the story, and we get closer to Jesus to know who is he and what his nature. Jesus is not just a man, he came with the flesh. I am with the flesh, you have the flesh too. So what a big deal. Jesus was the only person who is holy, yet he is with the flesh. He is the only one who commit no sin, yet he is with the flesh. He is the only one who do what human being, or he have the needs of a human being, yet his need did not force him to commit sin. You know, always we complain. We say, okay, why I commit sin? Well, I'm tempted. There's a beautiful woman there. I'm a man, right? Isn't it God who made me a man? He liked women. So I'm tempted. So now I have excuse. Christ, he came in the nature of the man. He have all aspect of man, all aspect of a human being. Yet Satan could not take him down. Grave could not hold him, and sin could not break him. So Christ for us is a clear evidence from God that if you are saying to me, because I am a human, I have to commit sin, I am going to give you a proof that I'm going to be a human like you, and I will not commit sin. Why? Because I'm a Christ, and if you can follow me, do your best. So with the Christ, you do your best. You live the story, not only listen to it, and then try to practice it. Try to learn what is love. Try to see how I can be a person who follow the Messiah, not by wearing a cross, but by being a Christian. Wearing a cross does not make you. Actually, most of bad people, they wear a cross, not necessarily the good one. Drug dealers, they wear a cross. So, you know, Christianity is not wearing a cross, is not going even to a church, is not even being a priest, is being a Christ-like. So the first thing, you spoke to me about your family. The first thing for you as a Christian, you love your family even more now as a Christian. You don't hate them because they are Muslims. You don't push them away because they are Muslim. You see, I said to you, you do not need them, which means you are not dependent on them, but doesn't mean you will not love them. You love them, you know? You love them, but you don't love them more than Christ.
Yeah.
If you love them more Christ, that means you love them more than your salvation. And that will be a big mistake. So loving your family is a must because Jesus says even love your enemy. So even if they consider you an enemy because you became a Christian, until now you are not, I hope soon. Even if they think of you as an enemy, you as a Christian, you should not hate them, you should love them. Why? Because the command of Jesus says love your enemy. And why Jesus, he said love your enemy? You know, if you think about it, you know, love releases you from all the stress. If you do something wrong to me, Ayesha, and I cannot forgive Ayesha, she's did that to me. Oh, maybe she took my money. Maybe she did whatever, you know. And then every day I'm living with this pain. I have hatred for this person. I can't even enjoy my food. I go to sleep, I'm dreaming about revenge. I go to, even I go out for, to enjoy the nature. Still I'm thinking about this person, what he did to me, what she did to me. So when Jesus says love your enemy, he's not helping the enemy. He's helping you.
Yeah.
He is freeing you from all stress and all hatred. So you can be free. A person, you know, a hatred, the first thing the hatred does, it kills the person who is full of it. He don't enjoy his life.
No?
I
actually saw this concept in Islam too, and I don't know if it was copied or what, but like to let go. And there are incidents and stories where Prophet Muhammad
all of it, none of them, not true, Aisha. You will not find such a thing, you know, because if Muhammad he believed in loving the enemies, we're not talking about loving your neighbor, you know.
Yeah.
We're not talking about loving your brother. We are talking about loving your enemy. In Islam, there's no such a thing.
Some women used to throw garbage on him, and he actually
that's a false story. Check it out. I want you to go study, and you will see there's no existence for this story. There's no existence. This not even exist.
Oh, okay.
Secondly, how the guy he was throwing garbage at Muhammad, when Muhammad he killed all the Jews. I mean, who is the one throwing garbage still? Muhammad he killed them all.
Yeah.
I mean, and look how funny it is. The Muslim they make those stories. A guy he come and he piss or he throw garbage in the door of Muhammad. And Muhammad is being so nice to this person. Okay, why Muhammad is not nice to everybody then? You know, the Christians, you know, when Muhammad he says attack the Roman and get the blonde diggers, they did not throw garbage in his door. And why Muhammad he said I'm going to kick all the Christian, all the Jews from the Arabian Peninsula. Every Christian was bad to him. Actually, the Christian they were very good to him. Isn't it the Christian who took him a refugee in Ethiopia? Right? Protected him. So why you want to kill them? Muhammad he says, if I became victorious, I'm going to expel the Christians and the Jews from the Arabian Peninsula. And he did. Until now, there's 0 Christians in Saudi Arabia. There's only if you are a worker there, you know, for a company, but you cannot be a Saudi and you are Christian. So if Muhammad is very tolerant as those stories, which is fabricated stories, well, Muhammad then he should not kick all the Christians. What about kicking the bad Christians? No problem. Bad Christian, kick them out. Huh? But you kick everybody? Is it possible that everybody is bad? Even the Quran says, وَلَيْسَ كُلَّهُمْ. So not all of them, they are the same. Not all the Christians are the same.
Yeah.
So if the Quran acknowledged that in the time of Muhammad, there is bad and there is good. So there is no excuse for Muhammad to kick the Christians, all of them, and all the Jews. Right?
Yeah.
You know, when Jesus was on the cross, I mean, how horrible it is. You know, like we are talking about a person who threw garbage. And what Muhammad did, he forgave him. We are talking about Jesus, and we find that this story is a fraud too. But when the Quran confirmed that in chapter 3, verse 113, that not all the people of the book is the same. There is a true believers. They are good people. Muhammad here is being hypocrite. He's not being nice to the Christians. He's not being nice to the Jews. He's trying to earn some. Because if I say all of them, they are bad, nobody will listen to me. And this is Quran. The Muslim, they cannot say this is wrong. So why Muhammad, he kicked everybody out if not all of them they are the same? If not all of them they are bad? It says here actually clearly that there are people who spend all day praying. So why he kicked them all from the Arabian Peninsula? And why he ordered a Muslim to fight them all? Why you want to fight all if there is, it says here an ummah, which means a nation of the Christians, you know, a huge group, not only 2 or 5. You don't say the word ummah for 2 people or 5 people or even a million. So ummah, so laysu sawa, yet all are not alike among the people of the book. They are upright people who recite the message of Allah. So why you want to kick them out?
Yeah. Yeah, I never liked this concept, but you know, I never understood, and I had to kind of just I always thought that if I'm questioning this, and also, like, I'll give you an example where since Prophet Muhammad had so many wives, I mean 13 wives, I think. So when his son-in-law Ali, he was trying to maybe marry, I think, the second wife,
Yeah,
and
he get upset.
yeah, he got upset, and I was thinking, like, why could he be upset? Like, that's not normal. He himself is doing it. Why? How could he do that?
He said, "Not
So
my daughter,
yeah,
not my
so
daughter." You know.
yeah, that's wrong. I thought about it, but I never spoke about it to anybody because I thought that it would be a sin to, you know, question Prophet Muhammad's whatever
The
whatever.
false prophet Muhammad, myself, false prophet. Listen, this is how you know a person when we call a person hypocrite. This is how we know the hypocrite. The hypocrite is a person. He speaks something, he do the opposite. Do I agree? Okay. Muhammad told them you have 4. He have way more than 4. Why? He had a privilege, and all his privilege is about money and sex. His daughter, oh, Ali, she want to marry another wife? No way, she's my daughter. So she's a woman, she's a Muslim. So, well, obviously Muhammad is making a privilege to his family, and he is the one who decides the law.
Yeah.
When Jesus came, you know, look at the disciple of Jesus, even if you want to forget about Christ. I mean, just to mention him for now. All his disciples, they gave their life. They were poor. They treated miserably. They gave their life, no wives, no children, nothing. They gave all their life for what? Just to serve Christ. And look at the disciple of Muhammad.
Yeah.
Warrior, gang, a lot of women. Nothing satisfied them. They wanted more and more slaves and tons of slaves. And the funny, you will see a Muslim speaking about Islam is against slavery. If Islam is against slavery, are you enslaved people then? How many slaves Muhammad he have? How many slaves Umar he have? How many slaves Ali he have?
Yeah.
You know, when the last time Ayesha, she washed dishes. All the hadith says a slave, she was doing this. The slave was doing that. The slave that was, you know, I mean, all of it, and they are black slaves.
Yeah.
So, you know, in Islam, always, because it's forbidden to ask questions about Muhammad, because it's dangerous. So families, even in early age, they teach you not to ask those questions for your safety. It's a safety thing.
Yeah, even my brother said that he was when I asked him questions and he couldn't answer, he tried to search, and he said there must be some reason behind it, but it's not healthy, it's not nice that we are questioning it. That's how we are actually trained, that it's not nice to actually question. That's wrong.
You see,
it's
you
like,
live in the West now, but if you live in Pakistan,
yeah,
it's
I live
not
in
safe. It's not
yeah.
healthy.
And so do you think, okay, other than again, I will just take a few more minutes of you and then I will go back to
Don't
work.
worry.
I'm so I cannot thank you enough for your time and everything.
Thanks
And
Jesus for everything. I thank the Lord for you, my sister.
I mean, I would pray for you to reward you for all this. And I'm very thankful, but it's just I would never in my whole life ever thought that I could question or change my religion. Like that's how I've been. Like I wanted to make other people Muslim, and then now I'm in this. I'm like it's so unbelievable for me too. And it's like you and whatever you have, whatever share or talk, it's like with reference and the context um, you actually explain things in a way that I never even looked at those things in that way, like thinking out of the box and everything. And it's very impressive, and I'm thankful to you, and I really pray God reward you for this. I would, I might try to reach out to you again. I'm still like in the transitioning phase, and I want, if people are listening to this, please pray for me. Um, I just so for now, I will go ahead and start reading and doing some more research. And I'm kind of convinced from heart. I just need to be more firm. And um, so
You should always, you see, we don't believe in shahada. We believe in a believer. Believer is not
like
somebody
just
repeat a sentence. No, you have to believe from your heart,
hmm,
you know, and then your heart is what count, not your words.
hmm, yeah. Yeah, okay. So if to become a Christian, I just have to just believe from inside, and there's like no, yeah, no shahada, like, or nothing like that, right?
You
That's
know,
it.
it's not what words make you a Christian is being a Christian. It's
Mhm.
not words, it's not saying things, it's not ritual, it's being Christ-like. So when you become a Christian, you will
Mhm.
understand more. You love your enemy, you love
Mhm.
your family, you
Mhm.
forgive, you give, you will be a different and a new person. That's why in Christianity we say he or
Mhm.
she, they are born again Christian. I'm sure you heard this term, right? Born again. Why we are born again? Because we are
Mhm.
born. Everybody is born. Even a cat is born. You know,
Yeah.
we are born. But when you are with the Christ, you are born again. You are
Mhm.
born by the Spirit. You have a new spirit. You have a new blessing, and you have a new direction, attention in your life. Which means even your eyes, when they see things differently. Even when
Mhm.
your heart feel things, they feel them differently, because you
Mhm.
are going to be born again with the Christ. So with the Christ, you will love your mother and your father and respect them more. Even though they are Muslims, doesn't matter. You will love them more. With the
Okay.
Christ, you will love everybody around you, and those who did harm in the past for you, you will forgive them. With the
Mhm.
Christ, you will be willing to do what you were not willing to do before, which is
Mhm.
speaking the truth and sharing the truth and saving more of your family or your friends to bring the Christ, because you love them, not because you hate them, because you want to guide them, not because you want to misguide them. Not like the Quran says, Allah, He misguide even shaitan. With the
Mhm.
Christ, we have the guide and we have the truth, and the truth will set you free. So I hope, my sister, you are now free from Islam, but I hope
Mhm.
soon you will be free with Jesus,
Mhm.
because
Yeah.
you have the truth in your heart.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you for calling.
Thank you. Thank you.
Take care. And we are happy for you for leaving Islam.
Yeah. Thank you. I'm also like relieved and happy and thankful to you um and everybody, like, and
God
God
bless
for.
you. God bless
Okay.
you. Take care.
You too. Bye.
Well, I hope that everybody will pray for our sister here. You know, uh, I really forgot about, because, I have a lot of people, they speak to me, they call me. Uh, she reminded me of herself. We spoke for a few hours last time, and thank God she listened, and she is very close to believe in Christ. Uh, if there is any Muslim who would like to join us, we have a Muslim, his name, okay, let's see. Okay. Hello?
How are you?
I'm fine. You are a Muslim, Mr. Farhan?
Habibi, I just called you 2 days ago. It's me.
I forgot. I mean, do you know how many people call me?
Okay, but
Okay.
you made a claim saying Jesus in Islam is sinless?
Yes, Jesus in Islam is sinless. Absolutely.
Can I have the reference for that? I would love to
All
see
right. Okay. Do you see my screen?
that. I'm gonna see.
Okay. Let me show you the hadith. You believe in the hadith, right? You are not a Muslim who says, I don't accept the hadith. And
I don't accept Da'if hadith. Only Hasan and Sahih.
okay, so you accept the one that says Sahih and Hasan.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me see. And what that would do to you, Mr. Farhan, if this is true? If this hadith is true, that Jesus is sinless.
Oh, amazing.
Amazing. But that what will do exactly amazing? What does that mean?
Just a little surprising, that's it.
Okay. I'm just trying to find it for you. Give me a second. There's tons of hadith, by the way. They are not only one, but we will show you. One is enough, right? I mean...
Okay, yeah. But do you also have reference from Quran?
We will go to the Quran too.
No problem.
All right. This is Al-Bukhari. Let me put it for you on the screen. Is my screen showing for you?
Just a sec. Not yet. It's black.
Okay. It's going to come. This is Al-Bukhari, hadith number.
Yeah, I see it.
Hadith number 7510. So you can search it in Google if in case you want to see it in your own screen. Here you will see the story that this is about intercession. So every one of those prophets, Muhammad here is praising himself that he is the one who will intercede for mankind in the day of judgment. But you will notice here with me that they go to Abraham, they go to Adam, and they say to Adam, can you intercede for us? Adam, you are our father. He says, no. I'm not fit for it. Why? Because he commits sin. And then he says, go to Abraham. He is Khalilur Rahman. He is the beloved by Allah. He is, so they go to Abraham and they said to him, Abraham, can you do intercession for us? He said, I'm not fit for it. Go to Moses. He was the one Allah spoke to him. They go to Moses. And then they say, he says to Moses, can you intercede for us? He said to them, go to Isa. He is the word of Allah and the spirit of Allah. Okay. Now, I want you to read with me here. Okay. Look what the Muslim translation. You know Arabic, right?
A little bit. I'm learning.
Just to show you the lies in the translation. He says, you would better go to Jesus. He is the soul created by Allah and His word. If we go in Arabic, it says, He is the spirit of Allah and the word of Allah. عليكم بعيسى فإنه روح الله وكلمته. Do you see it? Okay.
Yes.
Can the word of Allah commit sin?
Well, when it comes to the explicit grammar in verse 45 of chapter 3, Jesus is, if I'm correct, bi kalimatin, only a word of Allah. And this is explained 14 verses later where Allah said.
There is no a
where
word.
Allah said.
Here it says kalimatahu too. Here it says kalimatahu, His word. not a word.
Yeah, but for example, you can, if I give you one of my books and I have 8 books, but I give you one of it, and someone says he gave his book, it doesn't mean it has to be all of it.
Okay,
That's
no,
what I'm trying to tell.
no problem. But you see, kalimatahu, is Al-Quran kalimatullah?
Yeah, but that's different.
Okay, different. Why? Because Jesus is a person, right?
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say is in verse 45 it says he's a word, and 14 verses later it says he's created by a word of Allah. So that's why
where it says he's created by word of Allah.
Verse 59.
We are talking about what chapter now?
3.
3. Okay. If we go to verse number 59, we will see that this is not what it says. Here we go.
Are you sure?
Okay, I'm sure. You see. There we go.
Okay.
Where does it says the word of Allah, created by Allah?
He said kun fayakun. Kun is one of Allah, is a word of Allah.
No, kun fayakun is not a word. Kun is an order. It's not a word. This is how Allah He creates supposedly. When Allah He says kun, this is the only word He used to make things exist. He don't use different word.
Yeah.
Correct?
Yeah, this is how He created.
But this is not Jesus. This is not Jesus.
What do you mean?
Okay, but this is not Jesus. Let me show you why. You see, here the verse in the Quran proving to us that the one who wrote the Quran is very wrong. Because was Adam created by Allah saying to him, be, and he was?
I'm talking about Jesus, sir.
Exactly, no problem. But the verse here saying that Adam is the likeness of Jesus, correct?
Yeah, they were both created by kun.
Okay, but let us examine. Let us examine. Did Allah created Adam by saying to him, be, and he was?
Of course, that's what the verse says.
This verse saying that, but this is wrong. Because if we go to the Quran, we will find that Allah did not create Adam by saying that. Allah, He created Adam by fashioning him from mud. Right?
Yeah.
And He breathed into the mud. Correct? Yeah. And then after He breathed, is that done? No, still is not done. After He breathed, it took time. This is why the Quran says, وَكَانَ الْإِنسَانُ عَجُولًا, and the human was ever hasty. Chapter 38, verse number 72, explain to you how Allah created Adam, right? And there's other verses here. Let us see. Chapter 15, verse number 29, it says here the following. When Allah, He says, I'm going to the Adam, I'm going to create a man, between two bracket Adam, from sound in a clay, of altered black, smooth mud. This is the Muslim translation, not mine. Do you see it?
Yeah.
Okay. Then when I have fashioned him completely and breathed into him the soul, which the Muslim adding now it created, you know. The Quran doesn't say which I created. I breathe into him from my soul.
Yeah, this is
they bow down to him. Okay.
Adam.
Okay. So how Allah created Adam? First, He made a clay. He mixed water with mud. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Yes. And then after He mixed the mud and made the mud, He fashioned the mud as a person. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. And after He fashioned the person with as like I say, as statues now. Now the third stage, He breathed into him. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. The question now to you, Mr. Farhan. Allah, He said be after He did all of those, or before, after, or before?
Well, it depends what you understand from the word be.
No, give me the answer. I don't care. Don't tell me depend. Tell me. Allah did do it before? He did all those stages, or after?
Allahu Alam.
This is not an answer. I mean, come on.
I mean, I don't know.
Okay, how you do not know? I mean, okay. I will go. What about we go to two options? Is that okay? Let us talk the two options. Yeah, okay. If Allah He said be, if Allah said be to Adam, and then after He said be, He did all those options, that means Allah did not create Adam by be, and be did not do any different. Do you agree?
Just because He didn't say be doesn't mean He didn't create him from
no. You said you forgot. You are the one who quote for me. The verse says be, and he was.
Yes.
Right? Okay. So
Yes.
as long how Adam he come to existence, Allah he said to him be. And that's why I said to you this is wrong. So now if Allah he said to Adam be before he fashioned the mud, before he make a mud, and before he breathed into the mud, then there is no need for all of those. Because Allah he, if you want something to happen, he said be, and it's going to be, correct?
Well, it depends on what you understand from the word be.
My
That's
friend,
what
no
I'm trying to
problem.
say.
We are going to take the two options. What do you mean from the word be? What it mean? It's you who said to me, Allah, he created him by saying to be, and he was. You forgot?
So what is what
Okay.
is the effect of the word be?
You tell me. There's no effect. It's a joke. It's a joke. It's a joke. Because if I say
Really?
be, listen, if I say be food, and then I have to go to the kitchen, and then I have to cut tomatoes, and then I have to cut vegetables, and then I have to cut onions, and then I have to cut some meat, and then I put them in the and add water, and then put them in the fire and turn the fire on, and then I said to me, I said be, and the food was. That is a mockery. Do we agree?
No,
Why not?
because
So
what
what
you
the-
just said makes
Okay, I will give you the
perfect
question
sense.
again. I will give the question. What the effect of the word be then? What the word be does?
That's what I'm trying to ask you.
Well, you are asking me. You
Can
are
I
the
have-
Muslim. You are the one who mentioned the verse for me to prove to me something about the how Jesus exists. So I'm asking you now, if Allah he decide to create Adam or Jesus, in the case of Jesus, Allah he breathed into Mary, he sent his spirit to Mary, and then he breathed into Mary's private part, and then after 9 months Jesus was born. So Allah
That's
did not say
Jibreel.
to him be, and he was.
That's Jibreel.
No, this you believe. And I'm showing you the Quran now. Listen, let us go back to zero. When Allah created Adam, did Allah say be or after? You said, I don't know. I said to you, let us take the two options. He said it before, and the other option, he said it after. And you will notice there's no different happen, because as you see, still Allah have to use the mud. Allah still have to fashion him, and then Allah still have to breathe into him. And then after he breathed to him, did Adam is Adam done?
But my friend, I was just asking about Jesus' sinlessness in the Quran.
This is exactly what we're talking about, because if Jesus is the word of God, well, Adam is not the word of God. And Jesus
Why?
himself, okay, because simply Adam, that the Quran says that Adam was the word of Allah sent down.
No, because the reason is because billions of people are taking Jesus as a God. So Allah gave
No.
Jesus
Okay,
a title.
you see,
No,
actually,
wait.
this is against what you just said. I just against what you said, because
but wait,
if this
wait.
is the reason, if this is the reason for
Sir.
Jesus to be the word of God, that means Jesus became became God because of the word of God. Or this is what the book of John says. Muhammad is trying to copy the book of John. In the beginning, it was the word, and the word was with God, and the word is God. Let me ask you:
Wait.
is the word of God
Wait,
is the word of God created?
Let me finish first. I want to say something, then I'll
Okay.
answer. What I want to say is, because Allah gave him the title, he's trying to emphasize to all the
What
billions
is the
of people
title?
that take him,
What is the title?
Ruhullah wa kalimatuhu.
Okay, is Adam
So
Ruhullah?
Allah's-
Is Adam Ruhullah?
Ruhullah means like angel of God or a messenger of
Is
God. It belongs to Allah.
is Jesus angel of God?
No, but it belongs to Allah's creation.
This
So
is not
that's
a
why
question.
Allah's
Well, if
Allah's
Allah is God, my
emphasizing.
friend, this is a joke. If Allah is God, everything belongs to him anyways. I mean, this is a joke. So why Jesus is called, the only one called, the Spirit of Allah and the Word of Allah? Is
Because
Adam
Allah's emphasis.
is the word is Adam the Word of Allah and the Spirit of Allah? No. Is Abraham the Word of Allah and the
Yes.
Spirit of Allah? No. Where? Show me.
Yes.
Where?
But Adam is.
Where? Show me. Go ahead.
No, but no one's taking Adam as God. So
It doesn't
there's no need
matter.
for
That's
Allah
not the
to say it.
question. Is there any person in Islam is called the Word of God and the Spirit of God? Yes or no?
Is okay. Is anyone other than Jesus taken as a God, as a messenger in
This is
Islam?
another question. I'm talking to you about you as a Muslim. Forget about me as a Christian now. You as a Muslim, you are receiving
No,
Quran.
that
My friend,
that's
the
not how it
Quran,
works,
the Quran was sent to you, not to me. So listen carefully. So
No,
why
the Quran
Jesus?
responds to you.
Why
This
only?
verse,
No problem, but the Quran the response. And now
wait.
I'm using it against Allah. Did you notice what happened? If Allah is responding to me, that means Allah is not smart, because I'm using it to prove to you now that Jesus is God. Look what happened. So I'm asking you now: is there is any other person in the whole books of Islam is called the Spirit of Allah and the Word of Allah besides Jesus?
Well, every prophet has its own unique
This
title.
is not that. This is another question. If there is anyone besides Jesus is called the Word of God and the Spirit of God.
What's your point?
My point is there is no other person. So,
Okay, so
Jesus is
no
a special.
problem.
So he is not like Adam. This is a stupid verse, because as you see, Adam is not the Word of God, and Adam is not the Spirit of God. Is he?
I mean, Adam has a soul.
This is not a question. Is he the Spirit of God? Is he the Word of God? The answer no.
Well, Adam's ruh belongs to Allah.
This is not the question.
He's the Spirit of God.
Is he the Spirit of Allah? You see, the Quran did not say.
Yes.
Yes, what?
Yes, he is.
Yes, what?
Yes, Adam is the Spirit of Allah. Yes.
Show me the verse. It
Just
says,
like.
show me the verse that says that he is Spirit of Allah.
Okay, does Adam have a spirit, a ruh?
So what? Chicken have its spirit too.
So he belongs to Allah. He belongs to His creation.
Are we repeating ourselves? I said if Allah is God, everything belongs to Allah. Cockroaches too. So what
No,
the big
but
deal? My friend,
my point is.
I'm asking. No,
Jesus,
your point is. So look what happened. Did Allah created Adam by saying to him, "Be"? You refuse to answer because this is embarrassment. Is that correct?
No.
Well, then answer. Go ahead. Did Allah create Adam by saying, "Be"?
Okay, wait. Can we please go to Jesus' sinlessness first? That's
We are talking about Jesus sinless because Jesus is coming from above. Where is the word of God is coming from? It's coming from above, right?
But you said Jesus is holy in Islam.
Jesus is holy, exactly. Why? Because he is from above. Jesus in the Bible Jesus in the Bible says, I am from above, you are from below. And now the Quran confirmed that Jesus is from above. He is the word of God. Where was
but you said
okay, listen.
There's a verse.
So let us go.
Wait, you said there's a verse.
We will go and read the verse in the Quran about Jesus, and we will study it carefully. But you are trying to escape the embarrassment that your God made a mistake. The Quran is making a mistake. Listen, did Allah created Jesus the same as He created Adam? Yes or no?
But I ask you a question first about Jesus being holy.
We are talking about it. We are talking about because we need to know who is Jesus and where it's coming from to know if he's sinless or not. If Jesus is coming from this earth, well, Jesus will be the same as everybody in this earth. If Jesus is coming from above, well, that's explained that he is divine and he is not like us. So I'm asking you again, did Allah create Adam the same as he created Jesus according to this verse?
Yes.
The proof. Go ahead.
Verse 59, sir. Because for example, Jesus.
Don't give me example. Listen, okay. Read carefully. Read carefully.
Let me talk.
Read carefully.
Let me talk. Wait.
Did Allah create Adam by fashioning him by mud? You said yes. Did Allah create Adam by using his? How Allah created Shaitan? By using his hands. The same as for Adam. When Allah He breathed into Adam, was Adam created and done? Yes or no?
Wait, you ask so many questions without me even answering. Let me talk.
I asked you the major question. You refused to answer. I said no.
No, I'm gonna answer. Jesus and Adam in Islam, they both have no mother and father, so that's why Allah needed.
That is very silly argument because Adam is not born. So how we will have a father and mother? Adam is made from mud. Is Jesus made from mud?
No, because they both.
Okay, so you cannot compare between them. You cannot compare between them. You cannot compare between them because they are not coming from the same source. No, because Jesus was the Word of God sent down to Mary. Is that correct?
What are you talking about? Sent down to Mary?
Okay, was Adam the Word of God sent down to the earth?
You do know our ruh was in the backbone of Adam before
that is another mistake. Another mistake. According to you now, you are a spirit coming from the backbone of Adam. That is the most funny answer ever I heard.
Yes, and the hadith says that the 40th day the angel.
Yeah, this is exactly what made Mohammed a false prophet because the sperm is coming from the testicles, not from the backbone. Secondly, How in the
No,
world the
it's the
spirit?
soul. The
How
soul.
in the world? How in the world the
Look
soul?
about the word
No,
soul.
hold on. Muhammad, he says no. He said the nutfa, not the soul. Nutfa is
No,
not the
I'm
soul.
not talking. I'm not talking about that verse. I'm talking about where in the Quran.
Okay,
chapter
let us
7,
go.
verse.
Let us go back to zero. You see, you're trying to escape because they are connected. When Allah created Adam and He said to him, "Be," was Adam created by saying "be" or he was not?
Yes, of course.
So why Allah He says, "I have to fashion him from mud. I have to make him as a person, and then I have to breathe to him."
Because it did not mention the full creation story in these verses.
Wonderful. So the word "be" does not, so the word "be" is not the creation story. The word "be" because
It
if we
is.
because if we say I asked you, listen, let us go back to zero. Did he say the word "be" before or after?
Wait, okay, now for example, the story of Musa in the Quran, there's
Don't change the
mentioned 7
topic.
times.
When Allah he
I'm
said,
giving you an example.
when Allah he said to Adam, "Be," did he say "be" before he fashioned the mud? He make a statues and he breathed to it, or after?
But I have a question. Why do you interrupt so many times with people?
You see, because a Muslim, he will never answer unless I force him. This is what a Muslim do.
The
only way they can escape an argument if they refuse to answer. You cannot do that with me. You have to give me the answer. Listen, this is a stupid thing. Let us make it simple. After Allah, He breathed into Adam. Was Adam alive?
After Allah breathed into Adam?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, what if I show you it's not true? It's not done.
It's not, show me. Go ahead.
This is your Quran. It says, chapter 17, verse number 11.
Okay.
وَكَانَ الْإِنسَانُ عَجُولًا. Chapter what? Chapter 17, verse number 11. And you are the one who mentioned that you listen to your prophet. So listen to your prophet. Your prophet, he said, and this is according to Ibn Kathir, that when Allah created Adam, He breathed into him, and Adam, he tried to stand up, but he could not. So he said to Allah, "Finish me before the sun set." Is that true?
The part where it says "finish me before sunset," isn't that like from a weak hadith?
Everything is weak in Islam, my friend. You are weak too. Is it? Aren't you ashamed even to say the weak hadith? That means we cannot trust a Muslim, we cannot trust Islam, we cannot believe in Islam because there's tons of stories. Then anything we say to the Muslim, they will say, "Oh, we Muslim, we lie. We have tons of stories not true." This is Quran. This is Quran. And this is your prophet, and this is your scholars. Listen. So it says here, Salman al-Farisi said from Ibn Abbas, mentioned the story of Adam when he wanted to get up before the soul reached his feet. When his soul was breathed into him, it entered his body from his head downward. When it reached his brain, he sneezed. And he said, "Alhamdulillah." Look, Adam, he speaks Arabic before Arabic exists. And then Allah said to him, "May your Lord have mercy on you, Adam." When it reached his eyes, he opened them. And when it reached his body and his limbs, he started staring at them. In wonder, he wanted to get up before it reached his feet. He could not. Do you see it says could not? Then he said,
I know Adam said Alhamdulillah, but the part where it says
then he said, listen carefully, read with me carefully. Then he said, "Oh Lord, make it happen before the night comes." I want you to explain to me the sentence. Make it happen before the night comes. Go ahead.
I'm just saying, is it from a weak source? Because last time I checked, it was about where it says "finish me before sunset."
Explain to me. Oh Lord, make it before the night comes. What make it happen? Make it happen. What is that?
I don't care about weak hadiths.
Why you don't care? This is your prophet. Why you care to talk to you then? I will hang up on you. I'm showing you. I'm showing you you're a prophet. I'm showing you you're scholars. I'm showing you your Quran, and you say to me, "I don't care."
No, but it's the part. I just told you. Is it from a weak source? Because the last time,
if it's weak source, why Ibn Kathir is using it? What's wrong with you Muslims? If this is garbage, why Ibn Kathir go to the garbage, jump in the dumpster, and he look inside and he take it and he put it there? I mean, are you Muslims? Are you stupid or what?
Like, calm
down. Are you a kid?
Relax.
If you are a kid, I will hang up on you. If you're an adult, we will stay talking.
No, relax.
So listen. It's not up to you to say this is not a weak source. It's not up to you.
Oh, so what if I show you my scholar saying that?
Okay, show me a scholar saying this is a weak source. Go ahead.
Okay, no problem. Let me search for it.
Keep searching. It's going to take you
I'll
long.
be back. Okay.
You will be back. Okay. You know what?
Yes,
you can call me tomorrow if you want. But let us finish here. So when Allah He said be, as long you have no answer, and you see here, you see the Muslim lies. I mean, they make a statement without any proof because they are just trying to escape. So I'm asking you now again. When Allah He said to Adam be, was Adam made by be, or still Allah have to do action?
It depends what you understand.
Stop saying to me depend. If you want to speak to me as an adult, speak like an adult. Give me the answer. Depend.
Okay, but you said in Quran, Allah calls Jesus holy. Can you prove it?
Well, we will show you. You know, the Quran, chapter 19, verse number 19. It says He is the Holy Son.
So why, according to you, only people who are called holy are
listen. You are trying to escape, but you want to go there? We will go there. In chapter 19, listen, Farhan. Chapter 19, verse number 19. What is the description of Jesus? He is the Holy Son, isn't He?
Yes.
Okay, so He's holy.
Yes. So anyone who's holy
why you are trying to argue with me that if Jesus is holy or not when your Quran saying He is holy? Did your God lie?
Okay, no problem. So anyone who's holy is
no
God.
problem. There's a big problem because nobody holy. There's nobody is holy save God.
So why does the Bible say?
Is Muhammad? Hold on.
It said holy angels.
Is Muhammad? You are scared like your prophet. God knows what entered into his anus. Did you put something in your anus, brother? There's something in your anus. What happened to you? So the Quran says that the only one is holy is God. Do you agree or not?
It says pure, not holy in the Quran, and your Bible says holy angels.
Okay, hold on. Listen. The Abdul he just said that it says he is a pure, so Jesus is pure. What is the difference between Jesus the pure and holy? Go ahead.
Pure and holy? Well, the word holy can have many definitions.
Here we go. The definition. Okay, Jesus is the pure. You said to me, are you saying this translation is false?
Well, Qudus is like pure, holy.
I'm asking you, is this translation is false?
Which translation? Which translation?
Chapter 19, verse number 19. It says He is the gift of the Holy Son.
It's not accurate.
Not accurate. You said, so what is the correct translation?
Pure Son.
Okay, is Muhammad the pure Son?
Yes.
You did laugh a second ago. I will make you laugh higher now because it's going to be hurting you. So isn't it the Quran says that Muhammad, he commits sin and he is a sinner? And Allah will forgive him for the past and the coming sin?
When someone sins, it doesn't make him non-pure. It can be pure and profited as well.
Okay, so Muhammad is a sinner, but he is pure.
Well, for example, Muhammad said that every person.
I want you to scream again. So you just say that your prophet is a pure sinner.
What are you talking about, pure sin?
You said to me he is a pure.
We're talking about Jesus now, so I'm going to answer
talking about Muhammad. Already we spoke about Jesus. So the Quran in chapter 19, verse number 19 says that he is a gift. He is not just anyone, a gift sent from heaven. He is a gift from God, not anyone. In the top of that, he is, listen, potato, he is holy. You said this is false translation. I said, what the correct translation? You said pure, but the pure is holy. Because the pure means he has zero sin. Now, you're a prophet. I ask you, is he pure? You said yes. Correct?
Yeah, well, the Quran says that Allah was to, if any person says Allah was to destroy him from creation, and there's a hadith where Muhammad said,
listen, what I'm asking you, is your prophet pure?
Wait, Muhammad said, if Jesus and me were to be...
Is Muhammad pure?
Azhar, listen to me.
Abdullah, is Muhammad pure or not?
pure in what sense?
I don't know. You are the one who used the word, and you don't want to use it no more.
Yeah, because
I mean,
Muhammad
this donkey. Don't call me. Don't call me. You're just a stupid donkey. You know. I mean, and they say to me, you need to have patience. In what sense? You are the one who use it. Don't call me. Don't. Potato. Muta boy. In what sense? In what sense? Did Allah say be before or after? In what sense? Depend. Coward. When the Bible speaks about the holy, the Bible confirmed that every human being is a sinner. The holy saints, they are called holy, for now they are with God and they are purified from their sin. Your prophet is a sinner in front of you. Jesus is not. And this is why in the Quran you would not see that Jesus needs to be forgiven from his sin. But you will see your stupid Quran saying that Muhammad, and look at this verse here, that Allah may forgive your sin in the past. This is a wish. This is cannot be from God, because Jesus in the Bible says, go and your sin is forgiven. He did not say to him, go and maybe God will forgive your sin. He says to him, go and your sin is forgiven. Your God even could not forgive the sin of Muhammad. And not only that, the Muslims, they lie and they say that the Christian Catholic, they have the Pope, they give them certification to forgive their sin. They pay him money, they pay him money. And then we check it out to see where is that. You will find that this is in the Quran. A license for sin, the past and the future to come. Actually, there's a hadith where the Muslims, they say to him, you know, Muhammad, your God, he forgave to you. You are asking us to do things, but you are not being fair. Your God forgave to you your sin in the past and the one to come. Let me find you the hadith. Depend. What do you mean? What a scam. So anything will be embarrassing. It depends. What is the answer? Did Allah create Adam by saying be before or after? Depend. Maybe. Let us see the hadith so we can laugh. And he got really upset. A true prophet, who is God saying to him, maybe God will forgive your sin. Farhan, you are calling me. You want to call? You want to say to me again, maybe? Let us see. Let us see here. I don't like to mention something without proof. Just to show you this joker Muhammad. We will find it. Let's see now. The prophet of the Abdul. Allah, he said to him, be, and he was. And then we find that the be and the was doesn't make any difference. Let us see here. It's taking some time to find it, but we will find it. I will not skip it. Here we go. Sahih al-Bukhari. You want to laugh? Sahih al-Bukhari. This is your prophet. Whenever Allah apostle ordered the Muslims to do for them something, he used to order them deeds which were easy for them to do according to their strength and endurance. They said, "Oh Allah, apostle, we are not like you. Allah has forgiven you the past and the future sin." So Allah apostle became angry, and it was apparent in his face, and he says, "I am the most Allah fearing, and you know Allah better than, and I know Allah better than you do." Do you see the scam? If you are Allah more fearing, why Allah giving you a license? He don't give it to all the Muslims who they are Allah fearing too. And why you need a license for sin if you are Allah most fearing? And the verse is so clear, and the hadith is so clear. He claimed that his sin is forgiven in the past and in the future. And this coward Farhan, he will never answer a question, so I will call him one more time. Just give him a chance to act like an adult. Look like he is not answering. Let us see another Muslim. Hello?
Muslim friend
Yes.
that I'm just debating with at the moment, and
Okay.
he just asked me about the Trinity.
Okay, well, he was listening to us in the conversation on YouTube or not?
Yeah, he was, but he
Okay.
said that he wants you to explain the Trinity because I don't know exactly
Okay.
the full thing of it. So can you just explain it?
Let him join us.
Let him join you on the call.
Yeah?
But he said that he doesn't want to call you.
Okay. All right, then I will hang up and I will answer his question. And ask
Thank
him
you.
if he can help us to answer when Allah, he said be to Adam, was Adam created before or after? Because the first Muslim, he ran away. Because this is a big mistake in the Quran. Anyway, my friend, thank you very much. I will answer.
Thank you, bro. Thank you. Thank you.
You know, when somebody, he says, explain the Trinity, obviously, if you want to take a little effort of yourself reading the Bible, you will know what the Trinity is. Very simple. And the funny is, you will find that a Muslim today, any Muslim, you ask him, what is the Trinity of the Christian? He says, Father, Son, Holy Spirit. If we go in the Quran, you will find that Muhammad himself could not figure it out. And he claimed that Allah told him that the Trinity is Mary, Jesus, and Allah. Then you go in the Quran, you will find that Trinity does not exist. Why? Because the Quran says that the Christians believe that the Messiah is Allah. But if the Christian believe that the Messiah is Allah, so who is the second person and who is the third person? Obviously, the one who wrote the Quran, he have no idea what the Trinity is. So I'm not blaming our friend here, who is a Muslim, following the Quran. He do not know what the Trinity, because his God do not know what the Trinity. We Christian, we don't believe that the Messiah is the Father. The Quran says, chapter 5, verse number 17, they commit blasphemy, though indeed those who say that Allah is the Christ, the Son of Mary. First, we don't believe in Allah. Even some Arabic translation use the word Allah for the Bible. But this is after the Muslim occupation. But we don't believe in Allah, period. Same time, we don't believe that God the Father is the Messiah. That is a big mistake. Because if this is the case, who is the second person? Because now we eliminated two persons, we made them one. Allah, according to the Quran, aka the Father, is the Christ. So if the Christian believe that Allah is the Christ, who is the second person? Who is the third person? If there is, this will not be third person no more. This will be fourth person. So here it shows you the ignorance of Muhammad. And then different verse, he says that, actually in the same verse, he claimed that the Christian, they worship Mary as part of the Trinity. And then the Quran says, if Allah want to destroy them, if they are God, he can destroy them. But this talk is cheap. Shouldn't you destroy Mary when she was alive to prove to us that you can? I can say, well, my God can destroy Muhammad. And actually he did. So the Quran brings us false reference about Jesus and do not know what is the Trinity is. Now we go to the Bible. In the Bible, from the beginning of any book in the Bible, you will see clearly that the Trinity is all over, even in the book of the Jews, which is the book of Exodus, with the book of Genesis. With any book, you will find that God is Spirit. God came to Abraham as a man. So if we go right away to the first verses in the book of Genesis, we will see that God in his Spirit, God who? God the Father. Let me open the Bible. And you know, the nice thing about the Bible is not the same as the Quran, where you find the story all over the place, because Muhammad, he is not really a prophet. In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. Okay. And the earth was without form and void, and the darkness was upon the face of the deep. And the Spirit of God. So right away from the beginning, we find that God and his Spirit. Then we will find in the same book, in the Old Testament, in the Old Testament book, tons of a prophecy about Jesus, the Christ, who is going to be God. He will be called God with us, Emmanuel. And God, he came to Abraham as a man. And Abraham, he worshipped him. And then Jesus says to the Jews, what do you say of a Christ? They said, well, he is the son of David. If we go to Matthew chapter 22, the Messiah, he said to the Jews, what say you of Christ? What do you think? Who is Christ? Read with me. Yeshua asked them, which means Jesus, and said, what are you saying about the Messiah? Who is whose son is he? They were saying to him, the son of David. He said to them, and how did David by spirit call him the Lord Jehovah? For he said, for what? For he said, the Lord Jehovah said to my Lord, sit at my right hand until I place your enemy under your feet. How the Lord, the Messiah, he came to us, or he present himself, he came to us as a man. But the Lord himself, being called by the Spirit, Lord, by who? By David, who the Jews, they think that the Messiah is going to be descendant from David. So the Messiah, he himself is saying, well, if I am the son of David, and he is my father, then how come David worship me and call me God? And then he says to them, if therefore David call him the Lord Jehovah, how is he his son? And no man could give him an answer. So to make it simple for you, the Trinity, the second we say God, we don't ask God why you can be God, because he is God, and you don't question God why you are. Let us say, you know, some people, they are really weird, like they think God is a phone. Why you have 2 cameras? Why you don't have 3 cameras? What about having a better camera? What about, you know, I like God to be a 6-inch screen. It's God. So the second you say he is God, then you don't question how he is and why he is. Otherwise, you are not talking about God. And if God cannot be 3, or even 10, or even 7, or as you wish, then he can't be God. If there is somebody, he says to me, there's God, and this guy is true God. Okay, well, can this God appear to me as a fire? He can. Okay, so how God become a fire? He's God. He can be whatever he wish. And actually, you will see the story here in the Quran, which is a story from the Old Testament. And the Quran, because it's made by a thief, in chapter 27, this is about Moses. When he came to the fire, he saw a fire in a tree, in the bushes. And the Quran describes it as a fire, not a holy light or a fire. So he came to the fire. He said to his family, I'm going to go. I saw a fire from far. I'm going to get some fire from there. And, you know, we can light some wood here and we get warm. But when he came to it, to what? To the fire, he was cold, saying, blessed is who is ever in the fire, and who is ever around the fire. Who is the one around the fire? Moses. Who is the one is inside the fire? No Muslim dare to answer. But the answer in front of you, it says, he was called, which means a voice heard. And what the voice is saying? O Moses, verily it is Allah, the Almighty, the All-Wise. So now if I go with the Muslims and their logic, Allah is one, but now Allah is a fire too. Is Allah the fire? Or he isn't the fire? Let us go to a different verse in the Quran. We will find that Allah, he turned into a tree. Chapter 28, verse number 30. But when he came to the fire, a voice was heard from the right bank of the valley, from a tree, in a Hollywood ground. O Moses, verily I am Allah, the Lord of the world. So look what happened. Muhammad, he cannot repeat the story, by the way, twice correctly. In the other chapter, there's a fire. In this chapter, there's no fire. The Muslim, they say to you, if you go a verse before, you will see the fire. But hold on. Yes, it says there's a fire. But here, the voice is not coming from the fire, it's coming from the tree. So when the other verse says, blessed is the one in the fire, who is in the fire? And here we have a bigger question. The Muslims oppose to God to come as a man. They says God is inside his creation. Well, isn't it the tree is his creation? Or maybe the tree is Allah. So the Trinity, very simple. This is how God he is. Three-person. You don't like to follow three-person God, don't follow him. But your God, Allah, cannot be one. And he can't be three. And he can't be four. Why? Because as you see, their God, Allah, is a very confused God and he is not exist. When the Quran says, if Allah would like to have a son, he will take it, or a wife, he will take it from ourselves. If Allah is one, how Allah will marry a wife from ourselves? Do you have a kind? Do you Muslim have a kind of Allah? My kind is a human kind. What is the kind of Allah? Look at the first translation here. It says, we have found one near at hand. There is something far from Allah. Where in the Arabic it says here near, where it says hand. First translation. You change the translator, you will find a huge difference. This is a cover-up translation. Look what happened. If we would like to take a pastime, i.e. a wife or a son, we could surely take it from us. Okay. Is that why Jesus became a son of God? Because he's from us? So if Allah want to take a son, it's possible. He will choose one from us. That's mean there's many Allah. Because if Allah won, how Allah became us? I remember the Muslim when they say, oh, when we say the word we are speaking about Allah as a majesty. Well, even that is a proof that Islam is false. Why? Because if Allah, he used the word we to make himself majestic, that means Allah, he don't like himself to be one. He like himself to be many. Otherwise, why he is using we, which is a fake we? Is he we or one? If he is one, but he like to call himself we, as you claim to be majestic, well, that's mean he is copying the human being majestic. And the king, when he say we the king, he is speaking in the authority of the names of the nobles who they made him a king. He don't have a single authority. That's why he say we. Allah, he say we what? He say to you, Allah, he speak about himself to be majestic. But that's mean Allah will not look majestic unless he is many. It's not fit for Allah to be one. The proof, he called himself we. And then the garbage continue says, well, if we would like to take a wife or a son, we for sure we will take it from us. How many Allah there is? So when a Muslim, he says the Trinity, my friend, the Trinity is very simple. God, in order to be able to see him, he come to you as a man, because nobody can see God the way he is exactly and live. The Quran, by the way, copy the story from the Bible, says the same. You cannot see God. Your God, he claimed that in order not to destroy the earth, he wear a veil. Allah, he wear a hijab. Allah, he is wearing a hijab, a veil. Chapter 42, verse number 51. So the Trinity is God without a veil. God who come to you in a person. And that person is the Messiah. So you can see him. You can touch him. You can witness him. So the Messiah, simply, when we say the Son of God, we claim we are speaking about the Word of God who became a flesh and came down to earth to witness, to be seen, to behold, to prove the existence of God. Because God is just a word, nobody can prove it. A Muslim, he say, if you have God, he never saw him. Muhammad never spoke to him. The Quran came to him by Jibreel. What if Jibreel is Shaitan? Who knows who's Jibreel, this guy? There's any proof of it? In the case of the Messiah, that is God who came to us. We do not need God to prove that he exists no more. For God himself, he came to us. And if I say how God can become one and three, well, if God cannot become one and three in the same time, well, he is not almighty. It's impossible for you, but it's not impossible for God. This is why we call him God. So, can God be one and three in the same time? If you say no, well, then he cannot be God, because there is something he cannot do. The God of the Quran says how Allah can have a son if you don't have a girlfriend. Additional proof that Allah can't be God, because the God of Mary, he have a son, and Mary, she don't have a boyfriend. The one who made this verse, he forgot that he himself, he copied a story about Jesus, a person who have no father, and yet his mother, she have no boyfriend, no husband. So if Mary, God, can make Mary have a son without a man, and Allah cannot have a son without a woman, obviously your God is Muhammad, and he cannot be God. So the simple way to explain the Trinity is very simple. God is almighty, and it's not up to you to design him the way you like. Maybe you like God to be 7. Maybe you like God to be 10. Maybe you like God to be a 3. It's not up to you. God, he is what he is. When God spoke to Moses, Moses says to him, what I will tell my people, who are you? He said, I am who I am. I'm your God, and that's it. What do you want to tell them? There's no names can describe God, and there's no names is enough to describe God. You say holy is not enough. You say perfect is not enough. You say the creator is not enough. Because all of them, they are exist, and they are existence for a very simple reason. For he is many things in the same time. Let's see Farhan. Maybe Farhan now he got some vitamin and he can have a better answer.
Hello?
So Farhan, you will speak like a adult or you will speak like a kid?
Yeah, okay. I'm going to prove Jesus is not sinless. That's
okay,
my
no,
point.
you need to answer me first before we go there. No problem. You can prove as much as you want.
No.
So when
No,
Allah
wait.
he said be, when Allah he said be, and he was, he said it before or after he made mud, he fashioned the mud, he breathed into the mud. Go ahead.
Why are you asking me this dumb question we already went through?
My friend, you did not answer me. I need answers. Here we are seeking answers. We are not seeking conversation. We are seeking answers. You are the Muslim. You are the one who laugh always, my friend. I want you to laugh more. So did Allah say be before he said to him, before he made mud?
My friend. You made a claim say Jesus is sinless, so I'm trying to disprove it.
I showed you a verse from the Quran saying that Jesus is holy. You said to me he is pure. It's the same. Because the one is pure is the one he is the one who commit no sin.
Yeah, you can be pure from ablution, from for sexual immorality, from sins, from prophethood. He is
pure from everything, and you are a liar again. Because the second you say he is pure, it means he's pure from everything. Did your God Allah say he is pure from sexuality? Did he say the word sexual? Did he say the word sexuality?
Okay, no, he didn't. So
he said he is pure. That means he is pure. So shut up. So now.
No. Why did Muhammad say?
Listen.
No.
Listen. So no. You are scared. You are potato. So when Allah he said be to Adam, did he say the word be before he created Adam, making the mud and fashioning the mud, or after?
Can I just make one sentence?
You can make as many sentences as you wish after you answer this question. After you answer this question.
But my friend Muhammad said, if me and Jesus were to stand before Allah on Judgment Day, then Allah would destroy both of us from even the judgment of the shadow of our fingertips.
What does that mean?
Both him and Jesus.
What does that mean?
It means they're both sinless.
Because what?
Sinful. It means they're both sinful.
Both, okay.
According to your logic. Okay. According to your logic.
So I will go with you now. Your prophet, he said that. That means your prophet is a liar. Why? Because you are the one who says to me that Jesus is pure. So why Allah will destroy somebody is pure?
Did I say he's pure from sins?
He's pure from what then?
Profited. He
from
was
what?
Born as a prophet.
He's pure,
he was born as a prophet. Profited.
Your prophet is the Quran says a sinner. And just to show you that you are ignorant, isn't it your God Allah, Aka Muhammad says, that if you don't commit sin, Allah will destroy you?
Yes.
Okay, so that means you are stupid. So the example you gave me is an example showing to me that Allah is mentally ill. Because you said to me, Allah will destroy them because they are having sin, correct?
Every child of Adam is a sinner.
Listen, every child of Adam, okay, aren't you the one who just said that? You just said, every child of Adam, the prophet said, every son of an Adam, shaitan touch him, except Mary and her son. Is that correct?
And Muhammad also said that every child of Adam.
Did he say that one by one?
Yes.
Okay. So why shaitan cannot touch? Why shaitan cannot touch Jesus and his mother?
Because Allah, the father or mother of Mary, made a prayer.
Okay.
To Allah. Oh Allah, protect my offspring
from
the curse of shaitan.
Exactly. So now Jesus and Mary are protected by Allah. Do we agree?
Yes, but now I'm going to use your logic.
Was Muhammad protected by Allah?
Well, Muhammad said my shaitan turned out to be good and became Muslim.
Okay, guys, Muhammad, he said my shaitan became good and became a Muslim. But was Muhammad protected from shaitan?
At his birth? No.
This is not a question. Was Muhammad protected from shaitan?
This is the question.
No. I'm asking you about Muhammad's life. Was Muhammad protected from shaitan?
Okay, wait. Muhammad said every child of Adam
Abdul,
was
answer the question. Stop being a kid. Was Muhammad, we learn from you that Mary and Jesus were protected from shaitan. Thank you very much. Now the question is...
Now I'm going to disprove your interpretation. Muhammad said every child of Adam is inclined and committed sins except
Exactly. This is why you
Yahya.
are stupid.
Except Yahya.
Jesus is not
except
the
Yahya.
son, and this is why Jesus is not the son of Adam. Is he son of Adam?
I didn't. Let me finish. Every child, Muhammad said, every child of Adam is inclined towards misbehaving and committed misbehave except Yahya.
Who is Yahya?
So just the cousin of Jesus. You know who he was.
Here we go.
He was in your
Here we go. Anything have to be with Jesus and have to be holy. So now we have Jesus and we have Yahya, the cousin of Jesus.
Well, Muhammad said, my family is the best family.
Let us go. Muhammad family is the best family, but all of them, they are homosexual. Isn't it your prophet? Isn't it your book says that your prophet uncle, he don't enjoy his life except by semen in his anus?
My friend, what does that have to do with anything?
You just told me the best family, and now we find them they are homosexual. So the best family of Muhammad, they are what? They are kuffar, they are pagan, and they are and his father is a pagan too. So let's focus with me, Abdul. Now, look what we learned. Let us go back to zero. Was Muhammad protected from sin the same as Jesus? Yes or no?
You are a coward, my friend.
My friend, you are a son of Muta.
No, you're a son of Muta.
Well, I don't believe in Muta. Okay, listen. Here we go. Another proof that Muhammad is a fraud. What kind of a prophet he allow you to go and rent? Did you see the video of my Hijab? Says Muslim Sunni they marry for 2 minutes.
Right, it's funny how you call me son of Muta.
You call yourself son of Muta? Yeah, you are son of Muta. Aren't you friend of Muhammad? So did you see?
Why?
Did you see the video of Mimi Hijab? Did you see the video of Mimi Hijab saying that Muslim Sunni, and you are a Sunni, right? They marry for 2 minutes?
No, he was against it, you idiot. You didn't get his point.
Oh, he's against it. Who is the one who allow Muslim Sunni to marry for 2 minutes?
Well, temporary marriage in Islam is forbidden. The Prophet
Who said this is temporary marriage? This is marriage. There's nothing is called temporary marriage. Hold on, those are Muslim Sunni. They are not Shia. He's not talking about the Shia.
I'm a Sunni Muslim, yes.
They are Sunni, okay. They are
What
Sunni.
you're happy to do, you and your friends, is acquiesce to the fact that you guys are going around, marrying people for 2 minutes and 3 minutes and 5 minutes and 1 hour, 2 hours.
Did you see it? So those are Muslim Sunni. They follow which religion? Marrying for 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes, 5 minutes, 1 hour, 2 hour. What is the religion? Sunni.
No, Shias do Muta.
Those are Salafi, Abdul. Those talking about Salafi.
Again, you took Muhammad Hijab out of context.
No, he's talking about Salafi. Here we go. This is a video. This is a video made by the Salafi, and he is speaking about Salafi. He's speaking about the Sheikh. His name is Abu Khadija. And not only that, he accused them that they marry 60 times. Listen carefully.
Salafis are always accused marriage and divorce. So is there any sunnah for this? Is there any evidence for this? Kadhabin, by the way, ikhwan.
So he's saying that Mimi Hijab is a liar. We don't marry 60 women. We don't marry for 2 minutes. We marry for 2 hours, 3 hours, not 2 hours. So Abdul, listen carefully. So listen, you're trying to change the topic. Okay, we're talking about sin now. Is it the sin of Muhammad to allow you to do? It was a sin of Muhammad to allow you to do 1 hour stand sex. He is a filthy man. Now let us go back to zero.
Oh, what's filthy, man?
He's a filthy man. You get upset if I call you son of Muta. If I say to you son of Muta, you get upset, correct? Okay, I will call you son of Muta. Do you get upset or not? You are son of Muta.
Your God is the son of Muta.
Here we go. That is the proof that Muta.
Your God is no bitch.
That is proof that the Muta is a prostitution. Otherwise, you will not get upset. So you Muslim, you lie when you say Muta is a marriage. Because if it is a marriage, you don't get upset. I'm calling you son of marriage. What a big deal. But because Muta is a prostitution, you get upset. You see how easy to prove them to be false believers? If Muhammad is a good man, he will not allow for any reason to do such a thing. They will say to you, it's a war. Well, do we have war all the time? When the last time war stopped in the Middle East? But when the Christians and the Jews, they start laughing at this religion, and we do not know really if it's true that he forbid it, and how he can forbid the Quran. The Quran says you do mut'ah.
Yani that is one of the most evil statements that is made against the people of Sunnah. Anyone who's familiar with the other communities will know that the affair of divorce among them is far, far more disproportionate than among the people of Sunnah. But it is us who are highlighted, that is it. And that is the manner of those who fight against the people of Sunnah, da'iman wa abadan. They will look for any excuse to highlight the people of Sunnah as evildoers. Apparently, our brothers at SP, there is someone among them has married 60 times apparently.
60 times. 60 times. How many times Muhammad you have? So look how funny he is. Mimi Hijab is upset that Muslim Sunni, Salafi, those are the Orthodox Muslims, those are the original Muslims, they are marrying for 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes, 5 minutes. But this is what halal. They are marrying. There's no limit. There's nowhere in the Quran it says you can marry for 10 years. You marry as you wish. 60 times. And as you see, when you ask the Muslim a question, he tries his best to run away from the answer. Jesus and his mother, they were protected. Was Muhammad and his mother protected? No. Why? Shaitan could not touch Jesus. Why? Because the grandmother of Jesus, she made the prayer. What the heck? Is that enough reason? Every son of an Adam is a sinner. Well, this is why Adam is not the father of Jesus. You see, when you ask yourself why Jesus is a person who have no father in Islam, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense there. They will say to you, is the same as Adam, as the verse in the Quran saying. That's stupid. Adam is not born to be the same as Jesus. It's not the same. Adam is made from mud. Even the stupid Quran says, وَجَعَلْنَاهُ نَسَبًا وَصِيرًا. Every person after Adam is coming from sexual intercourse. نَسَبًا وَصِيرًا. But that means the Quran is lying again, because isn't it the same book confirmed that Jesus is not from sexual intercourse? This is your stupid Quran, chapter 25, verse number 54. And this is the same verse allow Muslims to have sex with their daughters if they are daughters from adultery. You can open the tafsir and read it. Open Al-Qurtubi. So look what happened. Those people, the second you touch their religion, they get hurt. If having sex, if Mimi Hijab is accusing them of having sex with women for 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 5 minutes, aren't you the one who believe that your God will give you a lot of women in heaven for sex? If heaven is full of sex, why earth will not be? Which place is more holy? Are you trying to convince yourself that you are going to be holy in earth, but you will not be holy in you will be not holy in heaven? So did the Quran make a mistake? And the funny, he says to me, well, Allah, he said he will destroy Isa and Muhammad. That is even more stupid. Allah, when he created everything, he wrote the name of Muhammad in his chair. And now you want to destroy Muhammad? Isn't it Muhammad, he said, that Allah, he says, لَوْلَاكَ مَا خَلَقْتُ الْأَفْلَاكَ. If not you, I did not create anything. Do you see how you make them expose themselves? You ask them what muta is, they say temporary marriage. Call him son of muta. He will get upset. That's mean this is not marriage, this is prostitution. Because if it's marriage, I did not insult you. Correct? If muta is marriage, why you get upset? Why he felt like he's insulted? That's mean muta is something bad. Then how in the world we have verse in the Quran promoting muta? You pay women money for enjoying it. Enjoying what? Enjoying their vagina. Mastamta'tum bihi. And they say to you, this is marriage. Then why, if I call you son of muta, you get upset? You just got yourself busted. Muta is a prostitution. You get offended because that's mean your mother is a whore. So what Islam does? Islam make the women a whore. She get paid for sex. And Muhammad, he practiced it. Umar, he practiced it. Ali, he practiced it. Everybody practiced it. This is Al-Bukhari. They cannot say this is weak. The Prophet said, if a man and a woman agree to not to marry, by the way, it doesn't say here marry. It says Ishra. Ishra means sleep together. To live together. There's no marriage. Here we go. The Arabic is clear in front of us. You can copy it. You will see nowhere it says the word marriage. Not even a single time. أيما رجل وامرأة توافقا فعشرة ما بينهما 3 ليال فإن أحبا أن يتزايدا أو يتتاركا تتاركا. So if they like to stay 3 nights, 3 days, if they like to increase, they increase. Increase what? Effing. So Jesus is pure. The pure Jesus will never allow such a thing. Is Jesus holy? No, no, he's pure. He's not holy, he's pure. Who is else? He said Yahya. Who is Yahya? John the Baptist, the cousin of Jesus, supposedly. Would look like anything have to do with Jesus is holy. And you know, always you need to force or enforce answers. There's one thing I don't like about Christians when they deal with Muslims. You see, Muslims, they try to do mockery. When a Muslim, he laughs loud, he is just in pain. He is not really having a good time. This is because he's in pain, not because he is happy. It's a painful laugh. So I will give you the question, Muslims, in the comment or now. You can join us in Skype. When Allah, he created Adam, he said be, the Quran says. Did Allah say be before he created Adam? Before he made the mud? Before he fashioned the mud? Before he breathed into the mud, or after? No Muslim dare to answer, because whatever he answers, it's wrong. Because that's mean the word be mean nothing. Did nothing. Still Allah have to breathe. Still Allah have to fashion. Still Allah have to model. Still Allah have to to mix mud with water, dirt with water to make it mud. So what before? So if he say be after he created Adam, that means be is useless, because already he created him. If he say be before he made the mud, and then he have to do the mud, and he have to breathe, and he have to fashion, then be did nothing too. It's just a stupid statement. And this is why he don't want to talk about it. Isn't it? This is the same book says, if this is a book made by other than Allah, you will find a lot of contradiction. Isn't it? This is what Mimi Hijab, he said to Borat in the beginning of our intro. And then Borat, he said to him, well, I have a phone book, have zero contradiction. What does this have to do with God?
And it's mentioned if this book was from other than God, they would have found in it many contradictions.
If a book is without contradictions, that has no bearing on whether it comes from God or not. I've had phone books that are inerrant, but I certainly don't think God gave them.
So we just heard a Muslim bringing an atheist to attack Jesus, and then this atheist, he got Allah busted. Did you see what Borat, he said? Borat the fool, he got them busted. Even Borat is not a fool like Muslims. I have a phone book, have zero contradiction. I don't think it's made by God. So what kind of God this God is? The proof that this is a book from God, there's no contradiction. Anyone can do that. But even this one could not maintain it. The Quran is full of contradictions. The one who's asking me about he planned to bring a Muslim, bring him. Don't tell me. Just bring him. Al-Islam Abdullah saying to me, Jesus is praying to who? Praying to God. That's a good question. Well, Jesus is praying to the Father. Isn't it the Bible says that the Father glorified the Son and the Son glorified the Father? But I will give you back the same question. In Christianity, we have no problem. The Messiah speak to the Father, pray to the Father, and the Father glorify the Son. But when Allah, he pray to who? Mimi Hijab, he says, he pray for, not to. The Quran says, Allahu wa malaikatahu yusalluna ala nabi. All of us, we knew what the word yusalli mean. Suddenly, the Muslim, they change the translation. Suddenly, it means blessing. Suddenly, the word salat means blessing. Why they say that? Because they are trying to duct tape. And even if we use it as a blessing, sorry, I'm losing my voice. Look how stupid this statement is. They try to fix it now. So Allah sent salat and blessing and mercy, etc. On who? On the Prophet. And also his angels. And look what they add. They ask Allah for blessing. Nowhere in the verses says that. Where in the verses says they ask Allah? And look how two words in Arabic became a long phrase. In Arabic it says Allah and his angels, they pray on the Prophet. Oh, who you believe, pray on him too and salute him. Change the translator. Let's see Ahmed Ali. This is a new one. We never tried him before. God and his angels shower their blessing on the Prophet. Do you see how stupid this statement is? Because if God, he made a blessing, who need the angels? Do the angels bless somebody or God only? God and his angels pray on Muhammad. They replace it with a blessing, but that will make it more horrible. Because that means angels can bless you too. And they are gods. And then it says, oh, who you believe, you should send your blessing on him. Have you ever heard of a stupidity like this? Muslim can send a blessing? I thought only God can send a blessing. This is a translation of somebody is a mushrik. They associated the angels with God, and they associated the man with God. For now, all of them, they can send a blessing. Any Abdul? So remember, please, from now on, we have Mr. Farhan. He proved to us that Jesus is pure. He is not holy. He is pure. Is Muhammad pure? No. Who? Jesus is pure. This is an example of the stupidity of this religion. They try to fix it, they make it blind. So Jesus is pure. Muhammad is not. Which one is higher? In Christianity, when we say holy angels are the one who don't commit sin, period, because they are angels. But there is still an option for angels to commit sin. For us as a Christians, we believe that Satan himself is a fallen angel. Any Muhammadan? I am a Sunni Muslim. Sorry. A Sunni Muslim, he called himself a Christopher. What a joke. Eliza saying to me, Muta is halal.
Hello.
Yes, Eliza, how are you? Hello? Are you there? What happened? She sent me a message saying Muta is halal. Oh, she cannot hear me. She sent me a message saying Muta is halal. Eliza, she is a Muslim lady. She practices Muta. Good for you. You will never spend the night in bed alone. And you will make money. A lot of money. Just be sure you get closer to the pharmacy. You hear me now?
Can you hear me?
I hear you, yes. Go ahead.
You said you're making fun of Muta when we're allowed to do it.
So do you do Muta yourself?
Yes.
How much you get paid for it?
Why do you care what I do?
What?
Why do you care what I do?
I didn't understand. What is that?
Why do you care so much?
Anyone tell me what she's saying?
What problem is it to you if I'm doing
your problem.
Muta?
This is your problem. No, I'm not. This is not. We're not talking about problems. I'm just trying to help other Muslim girls if they like to do the same business like you. Why you don't like to help people to make money? So is it a good?
We're allowed to do it.
You're allowed to do it, exactly, but like, there's a price. You know, do you have a price? Do you change the price? Well, how you price your business?
But what is your problem with it?
I'm not problem. Maybe we can get you some customer. What's wrong with you?
Then what's the point of bringing it?
Well, you are the one who practice it, and you are the one who texts me to talk about it. And now the second we talk about it, you don't want to talk about it. What's wrong?
So why do you try and say it's wrong if we're allowed to do it?
It's for you, obviously it's not wrong. Allah allowed you to do it. But why Allah allowed you to do it? What do you think?
But why do you say it's wrong if we're allowed to do it?
Yeah, I mean, you are allowed as a Muslim. For me, as a Christian, this is very bad because that makes you a prostitute.
But it's my,
you are getting paid.
It's my body.
You are getting paid for sex, isn't it? Right?
Yeah, but it's not hurting anyone.
Okay, but is that what religion, the follow, what, I mean, so your religion allow you as a Muslim to rent your body, correct?
Yes.
Okay, do you like it?
Yes.
How much you like it?
I can do it for free for you.
Oh, for me, I'm special, right?
Yes.
Is that going to be expired soon, or this is like open offer?
You have 21 days.
Why 21 days?
I don't know.
Is that Islamic or?
Yes.
This is Islamic, 21 days. Oh, okay. Can I bring friends?
We can do threesome.
MashaAllah, MashaAllah. Yeah, you're, well, the Prophet, he used to have 13 some. Right?
Sometimes he did more.
He did more, yeah. You were there?
With his slave girls.
Yeah, with the slave girls, yeah, okay. This is why you like it, don't you?
But they let him do it because they wanted to do it.
Oh, he was trying to help them.
There's nothing wrong with this.
Did I say anything? There's all your family.
Yeah, because you keep saying there's something wrong with it to everyone.
Okay, I want you to tell me why it's not wrong. Go ahead.
Because it's not hurting anyone.
But you can spread diseases.
Not if we're using protections.
Did your Prophet use protection?
Coitus interruptus.
Who?
I don't know.
You don't know. Okay. Well, actually, there's a protection. According to Muhammad, if you don't say the name of Allah, there's a prayer. If you don't say it, Shaitan, he round himself around the private part of the male. Correct?
That's from a hadith.
Okay, so just don't make the prayer, and then he will have a Shaitan around his private part, and he will be protected. Don't you believe what your Prophet says?
But why do you keep telling everyone like it's wrong and stuff?
Yeah, because I believe I believe prostitution is wrong. The women, she's being abused. Number one, this is abuse for the women. This is used for the women.
We don't believe the same thing as you.
Okay, you don't believe. I understand. So, how old are you, Eliza, now?
I'm 12.
You are 12. 12th century.
I'm not gonna tell you how old.
Hey, come on, how old are you? Are you like 35, 40? How old are you?
I'm 92.
92. Okay. Well, I'm happy for you, 92 lady. I see you're trying to open your camera for me, but thank God it's not opening. So thank you for calling. Oh boy. No shame. Oh, welcome to Islam. Anyway, at least she is truthful. You know, this is what they do. And this is what Mimi Hijab is saying. They marry women for 2 minutes, 3 minutes. You know, it's true. They claim they don't practice it, the Muslim Sunni no more. But this is the truth. All of them, they practice the same thing. They go and they rent a woman for 15 minutes. You know, you go to the mosque. You can ask the sheikh. if there's any women available. You tell him, brother, I don't want to commit sin, brother. I want a woman. I need a woman, brother. You know what I mean, brother. And then he will recommend the women for you, and he will marry you to her. You go and you do the business. You are good to go.
All you're happy to do, you and your friends, yeah, is acquiesce to the fact that you guys are going around, yeah, marrying people for 2 minutes and 3 minutes and 5 minutes and 1 hour, 2 hours, whatever it may be.
Salafis are always accused marriage and divorce, marriage and divorce. So is there any sunnah for this? Is there any evidence for this?
If there's any evidence of this, watch my program. Do we have any Muhammadan? You know, there's one of you. He sent me a petition for somebody. He is a Christian. He is in jail in Pakistan, and they are making petition. Me myself, I don't believe in those petition can do anything, but it might work. But before I send it, let me be sure that this is an authentic link. Yeah. So this is the link if you like to sign this petition. This is actually, I think he is like maybe an ex-Muslim who became a Christian. There's his story is there. He was sentenced for 10 years and now they are trying to execute him. I just posted the link for you. I hope you guys, you learned something good today. As you see, Muslims are really funny and they are dummies. They do not know what they believe in. And the second you put them in a corner, they try to make a mockery. And you have always to learn how to force them to answer. Otherwise, they will never answer you. They will never, ever answer any question. And this is the mistake Christians, they do when they debate Muslims. They let the Muslim change the topic in the speed of light. Why you are asking me this stupid question? He said to me. We have Islamic Defender here now. Let us see. Islamic Defender. It says he is not online. Defender. I mean, even they choose names for themselves. They are really something. Do we have any Muslim want to say anything? Anyone? Additional that Jesus is pure and Muhammad is not? And supposedly he had a victory now. Jesus is pure, Muhammad is not. Okay, that's good. And that's mean Muhammad is better, man. So Jesus is a pure. Pure from what? He said like pure from like sexuality, you know. Yeah, okay, really. He's pure from sexuality. Is your prophet pure from sexuality? No, he's not. It was a fix. Oh boy. Well, no problem. Even if he tried to call with a different name, we can take him just for fun. Just for fun. Uh, I get a lot of messages, and what make me upset is those are Christians. I just see a message here from somebody. Sent me a message December 31st 2021. Do you see how much I can read messages? I'm going back now. I went all the way back. There's hundreds of messages. He's saying to me Happy New Year. Someone sent me a message saying, find me one error in the Quran is enough to prove that Quran is not a divine. Then why Muslims argue with others? Different topic. Okay. Message after message. My question is about bestiality. You said that you're gonna prove that bestiality is allowed in Islam. I cannot prove it. Let us call this guy. But this message is old, but I don't know if maybe we can get him to talk to us. Go ahead. He hung up. That's good. He hung up. He said, can you prove? You said that bestiality is allowed in Islam. Don't be coward. Answer my question on bestiality. Okay. You scared the hell of me. Take it easy. Here we go. I will answer your question in 2 seconds. No, he will say, I don't agree with it. Okay. This is the book of Al-Muni, Abdullah ibn Qudama, volume number 3, page number 216. And this is a translation to English. It says here, before to go in Arabic, in English, that the one who do have sex with an animal during the Hajj, his Hajj will be valid. His Hajj will be valid. And this is all over Islamic books. And those are Muslim Sunni. Here it says, and by that, Al-Shafi'i, this is one of the Muslim Sunni sect, they are 4 sects. وأبو ثور يتخرج في وطء البهيمة أن الحج لا يفسد به وهو قول مالك وأبي حنيفة. So now we have 3 Islamic Sunni sect agree that you can have sex with a donkey and still you can do Hajj. Let us use translation. It says here, Abbas, she give Kamel, she Kamel because she is one of the Qadr. Translation is coming really horrible. So he's speaking about sleeping with animals, having sex with animals. That will not spoil the Hajj. This is not important for us. And this is the opinion of the Hanafi and the Maliki. And who else? Let's go back to Arabic. Shafi'i and Hanafi and Maliki. And this is all over Islamic books. Fatwa number 214033. What is the requirement if somebody have sex with a man, or he have sex with an animal, or he killed a lice? Please. And here they are giving you all the opinion. I mean, look at the question, guys. What is required if a muhram is doing Hajj? If he do sodomy, and he did animals, and he killed fleas. Look what this guy is worried about. What? He do sodomy, he do animals, and he is worried about killing fleas. Does sodomy with animals and killing fleas invalidate the Hajj? And here, praise be to Allah, blah, 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 blah. And now there is different opinion. There's different between intercourse from the front or in the back of a human being or an animal. Shafi'i said, brother, if you have intercourse, brother, with an animal, the Hajj is not spoiled, brother. Your Hajj is valid, brother. Good news. Aren't you happy? Let me send you the link. And this Muslim is excited. You liar. You said we do basality in Islam. You're a liar. The Prophet says the one who do that, kill him. Let us shorten the link. Shorten. I'm sure that this guy now is excited. Now his Hajj is valid. What do you want more? If your Hajj is valid, everything is valid. And look how he connects things. Killing fleas, doing sodomy with men, and having boom boom with animals. And this is the link. I shorten it. Oh, Lord have mercy. Yes, my friend. Why you are keeping calling me? You are a Christian, right?
I am a Christian. I'm so sorry for disturbing the live. I just have a quick question for you, CP.
Okay. But you know, when we say Christian can call, Christian can call. Otherwise, you should not be calling.
I'm so sorry, CP. You know, this is my first time watching you on the live. I've seen other videos from other people's channel, but I've never ever seen you on live. So this is my first time. I'm really sorry. I
No
apologize.
problem. We will make an exception. Go ahead.
Yes, CP. I've been watching your videos. Before watching your videos, I have no idea about Islam. I've always heard that it's a religion of peace, this and this and this and this, but I know it's not true. I have a very close friend that is a Muslim. She's a Muslim. And after watching your videos, I've asked her some basic questions about Islam, like for example, what is the reward for a female that is a Muslim if she goes, like if she dies? What is her reward? Because I know the men, they're promised 70 virgins. From your videos, I know that those are the lowest Muslims that get 70 wives. If you're a good Muslim, you could get 100, 200, 300, you know?
Mhm.
So, like, what is the benefit of a woman if she's a Muslim and she dies? Like, what is her reward? So I've asked my friend this basic question. She does not know. I've asked her a basic question. Why do you pray 5 times per day? She doesn't know. Like, what I've gathered from questioning her, basically she's a Muslim by culture. Like, she doesn't know anything about Islam.
Yeah.
So if I want to bring somebody out of Islam, how do you bring them out of Islam if they don't know anything about Islam?
Well, the first thing you should do, you see, everyone he see the world in a different way. Like if me and you, we go to a place and we sit together, let's say we have a lake in front of us, and they ask you a question, what do you like about the view in front of you? You might give an answer different from my answer. Why? Because each one of us as a human, we have different interests. So when a person he speak to you, everyone should be different. So you try first to ask what Islam for you. Try to have a conversation saying, what make you believe in Islam? And based on what she's saying or what he say, you can go from there, you know, because they will start with the most interesting points in their belief, and they will mention them to you. And then you go from there. So if she mentioned, oh, there's people prove science, then you show her the errors in the Quran. If she mentioned that Islam is about holy, being modest, you show her that Muhammad was not modest and he was not holy. So depend in the person how he introduced to you his religion, then you go from there.
Because just one last point, then I'll free up the live so you can continue with the topic. Because I've even tried to you know, just question, like for example, Mohammed married Ayesha. She was 6 years old. So I just gave an example to my friend, like she has little siblings. They're about 10 years old, and I asked her a simple question, like, are you willing to marry off your sibling? She's only 10 years old. And, you know, immediately she cut it from my mouth. She's like, no, they're too young. They're children, you know. And then I'm like, but don't you think they're ready to get married? And she gets angry. She's like, you know, you're really hurting my feelings by saying these things. Like, you know, so I just stopped, you know. So it's like, if in her mind, she knows that, you know, children are not supposed to get married. So later on, when I come back and show her that the prophet married a 6-year-old, you know, then that's going to cause some issues in her head. Like, you know, like it's going to, what do they call it? Cognitive dissonance. It's where you know something is wrong, but you fight against it in your own head.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Well, you know, some Muslim, they will try to justify that. And they will say at that time, things is different. And in the desert, girls, they grow so fast. And, you know, all the garbage. So, you know, you, when you speak to a person, as I said, every person is different. Like this woman, obviously, she hate to see somebody sleeping with a child, right? So that hurt her, you know. Obviously, she don't like it. Obviously, it's ugly for her. That's a good sign. But still, that will not be enough reason for her to refuse him, because they will say to her, well, he was ordered to do that by God. And Ayesha, she wasn't like 6 years like now. At that time, they look like 18, you know. So they will give, they try always to duct tape all the sinful act of Muhammad. As I said, the best way is let the person introduce himself to you, what he like about Islam, and then you go from there. And if you want,
simple.
You can ask your friend to call me. She's welcome.
I will definitely. I found your YouTube channel because I heard your YouTube channel was Christian Prince. I searched everywhere on YouTube. I can't find Christian Prince, and then I see like 20 different channels that they copy your materials and post it on their channel, and then I'm commenting on every channel, like what's the official channel for CP, you know. So I found it now. I'm gonna be, you know, I subscribe already. I'm gonna definitely watch and
My
make
friend,
my
all
friends
my
call
videos, all my videos, they have patreon.com/Christian Prince, right? So this is obviously where you can find where my video is. So you do not need to donate. It's open. This is for donation, yes. But it's a link. You can go there. Click at the last video I posted. It's for free for everybody. And you will find where I am. Very easy.
Thank you so much, Christian Prince.
You're welcome.
Could you, if you have the chance, can you give me the website that you use to pull up the hadith and different things? I know the Wow Quran. I have that on my phone. I use that a lot.
The other one, the
If
hadith, I
ever-
use sunnah.com. Sunnah.com.
Oh, soon. Okay. I found. Okay, I have that one then. So, man, you're doing a great job. Thank you so much, brother. I really love your content. Keep it up.
You're
God
welcome.
bless you. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. And by the way, I think you are an African, correct? Are you an
You're very
African?
correct.
Okay. And
Yes, I am.
if you are speaking to African, then you should show them how racist he is. You know?
My friend, she knows. She said that. She told me that even like in Saudi Arabia, like the Arabs always tell the Africans that they know nothing about Arabic. They don't even know how to speak Arabic. They don't know. Like she knows there's a lot of racism. So that's what I'm saying. Like the cognitive dissonance is in your head. You know that these people, the Muslim, they're racist against Africans. You're an African, but yet you're claiming to be a Muslim.
You see, I'm not talking about Muslim now. I'm talking about Islam. Islam is a racist religion because when you go to heaven, Allah will make only white people enter. If you are black, Allah will make you white in order to enter. Okay? So, and Muhammad, he said actually, and this is an authentic hadith, that when Allah, he created Adam, he hit him in the right shoulder, and from there, the white race, they emitted like white ants. And he hit Adam in the left shoulders, and from there, the black people come like circle. And then he says to the one from the right shoulder, he said to them, "You go to heaven, and I don't care," which means the white people go to heaven. And he said to the black people, "You go to hell, and I don't care." So if a person is black, he accepts such a religion, then he have mental illness. Then, you know. And not only that, even the Quran says, and the admin will post for you the hadith I just mentioned. You can copy it and you can show it. Even the Quran says that the day Allah will make faces black, and the day Allah will make faces white. So what will happen if you go to chapter 27, verse number 82? There is a beast. It's called a jassasa, and that beast is going to come from the ground. And that beast is going to have the staff of Moses and the ring of Solomon. It's going to make you black by the staff of Moses. It's going to make you white by the ring of Solomon. Can you believe it? And not only that,
I can believe
you continue. You know, you can go to Ibn Kathir, by the way. You can go chapter 27, verse number 82, the Ibn Kathir English translation, if Muslims don't believe. And not only that, the black stone was white like milk, correct? And then the sin of mankind made it black. So what do you understand from that? Sin
is black.
Make you black, correct? So the black stone, because at that time there's no sin, was white like milk. But then the sin of mankind made it black. So how in the world anyone he's a black? I mean, black people are the last one to follow such a garbage. But the problem is, you know, they don't know. Nobody told them. They told them Muhammad is against slavery. Muhammad, he owned slaves. Muhammad, he died.
Even today.
Muhammad, he died, and Bilal still is a slave. Did he free Bilal? He did not. Bilal, he said to Abu Bakr, "If you bought me for the sake of Allah, then free me for the sake of Allah. If you bought me for the sake of yourself, then keep me for yourself." Hypocrite. And they promised Bilal to go to heaven. At least free him now. You know? So imagine you have a slave, and you say to him, "Don't worry, stay my slave, you will go to heaven, okay?"
Madness.
He have a slave, he sleep with them, he rape them, he have a slave men, he beat them, and then they say to you that Islam is against slavery. No. All right, my friend. Thank you very much for calling.
Thank you so much. Thank
And
you.
feel free to invite your friends to call me if they like to.
Yes, I will tell her.
All right. God bless. Take care.
Thank you, CP.
Take care.
God bless.
You know, I believe that African, they have a special duty today. You see, there is a time where the disciple of Jesus, they went to Africa, right? And they brought the gospel to the African. And then the Muslim, they say to you, do you know what the white man did to the black man? They will not tell you that the white man, my friend, is not the one who slaved those black people in Africa. It was the Arab in North Africa, in Morocco, in Tunisia, in Libya, in Mauritania. The biggest market of slavery in the world was in Morocco. They are the one who capture the poor human in Africa, and they sell them out to the white criminal who want to abuse the black one. What does this have to do with Christianity? So they mention the white man who bought the slave, but they don't mention to you who is the one who captured them and who is the one who owned them first. So I believe that the black people today, they have different mission. They can be a better missionary for Christ, to prove that Christ is for everybody. The Bible says there's no Greek, there's no Hebrew, there's no free, there's no slave. For all is one in Jesus' name. Amen to that. So my brother here from Africa, if he is doing better work for Christ, he is way better than me. If I'm doing better work for Christ, I'm better than him. But it's not his color, neither my color, who make me better or worse. And this is the Quran in front of us, chapter 27, verse number 82. And this is Ibn Kathir copying his prophet, that this beast will come from the ground and is going to have the staff of Moses. No believer left without making a white spot in his face, which will spread until his face shining white as a result. And there will be no disbeliever left without making a black spot in his face, which will spread until his face is black as a result. It's in front of you. And then they lie to us and they say Islam is against slavery. I mean, imagine the guy who owned a slave, they made him, he is a person against slavery. And actually Muhammad, in order to increase the slavery market, he said to them, free a slave if you commit sin. So what they would do? But he didn't forbid you to own a slave. You free one, you go and buy the second one. You know, like a guy who sell, let us say, sardine, you know, it's all fish. He says to you, if you want to be forgiven, give fish to somebody. So now what people would do, need to buy more fish. If you say burn a candle, now people need to burn more candles. So now what he do? He said to them, oh, you know, you can free a slave, but come and buy them from me. I will go and capture more, just wait. And then when Muhammad, there's many stories about people who free their slaves. Muhammad, he made them a slave again after they've been freed. But there is a story I'm trying to remember the story here. Obviously, I'm getting tired. What was the story? I'm trying, you know, like some people, they ask me how you remember the hadith. I don't really remember them. I remember, like, let us say, 30% word by word, let us say, not the whole thing. And then I search for word by word as I remember it, you know, and then I find it. Otherwise, to remember like numbers and etc., it's impossible. And that's why when they say to you, Al-Bukhari, he remember all of those, it's a joke. There's no way. There's no way anyone, human being, can remember everything word by word. Is it really true that Muhammad said water cannot be impure? Yes. You know, he jumped. This is if you want to prove that Muhammad is mentally ill. You know, there is a dry like a garbage well. Nobody use it. It's like for garbage, or you know, bad water, sewage water, garbage. So Muhammad, he go there and he jump inside that water. And people, they notice he's doing this. So they say to him, how you do that? This is a well, have dead dogs, women blood from, you know, menstruation, and garbage, stinky stuff. Even the Muslim translation says it's stinky stuff. So how you jump there? He said, well, the water is always pure, and nothing make it impure. It's in front of you. And those hadith are authentic. And the well of the water is measured here. As you see the person here, Abu Dawood, he says, I measured the breadth of the well of Bid'ah with my sheet, which I stretch over it. Then I measure it with the hands. It measures 6 cubits in breadth. And how the height is, it was lower than his pubic area. So it's like a jacuzzi. So imagine jacuzzi, have dead dogs, women blood from period, and even the water color change. Even the water is bad. Look, even the hadith says that here. But anyway, any water, you know, is not moving water, is a garbage water. You put for it dead dogs, not one dog, dead dogs. And women are blooded from period, and their rags. So imagine if you have one rag only, just one. How the water will look like? If you throw right now one, I don't know what women they use these days, but the old days they used to use rags, right? If one woman, she take what she used for her menstruation and she dump it in a jacuzzi, what is the color of the jacuzzi will be? And how in the word Muhammad he says water is pure? Obviously this man is suffering from mental illness. Anyway, I think we have a good time today. And thanks for the Muslims who call us. We have a very good time with you. We learned a lot from you. That depend, maybe. What the answer was? Maybe. Depend. This is how the Muslim the answer was. Depend, maybe. Depend in what that meant. Did Allah... Did Allah use the word be after he made Adam from mud, etc., or before? Depends. Maybe. I don't know. Serious questions brought Muslims into their knees. So I want to say thank you all for being here. Maybe you can jump in the water, have dead dogs, and maybe you can enjoy it. And maybe it's better if you throw some garbage in it. And maybe if it's a stinky water is even better, because maybe water is always pure. Imagine how many people would die because of spreading diseases by this way. Water is always pure. Nothing make it impure. Nothing. But in case you do not know, 90, maybe 5% of the piss is water. In case you do not know. 95% of your piss, if not more, I'm not sure. Let me go and search Prophet Google, peace be upon him. How much water in I'm typing in Arabic. Can you believe it? These things always happen to me all the time, all the time. Man, I search in Arabic, I get a video about sex. I type in English, but I look, it was Arabic, and then I found like, this what? Drinking what? Hold on. How much? We switched to English. How much water in urine? I was right. I just made it up. 95. I was just guessing. Look at this. 95% water in urine. So my brother Abdul, don't worry. Your prophet was right. This is clear. Because 95% brother of it is water. Oh boy. And honestly, I just said the number 95. Maybe from long time I did read it, I forgot. But I remember the number. But it's really funny how a man, it's a clear sign, evidence of mental illness of a person who acts such an act. There's no way a person, he is a prophet of God, he will jump in dead, water, have dead dogs, women of blood from period. And even the Muslim themselves in their translation saying it is stinky garbage. Stinky garbage. You see, look, this is a Muslim translation. This is not my translation. Do you see the word stinking? Read with me. Stinking things. So those things are really stinking. Like, sometimes you might throw garbage, but it's not stinky yet. It's garbage because you don't need it. But this is a stinky garbage. It's not just garbage. The smell is all over. Do you see it? You might throw something in the garbage, but it's not stinky yet. It's garbage, yes. But this is a stinky garbage. It means it's there for long. You know what I mean? It is there for long. And the Muslim, they will say to you, this is weak. It says Sahih. Why he did write that? He did not. Muhammad, he said to the Muslim, don't write anything about me. Just to show you the IQ of the Muhammadan. Muhammad, he said to them, don't write anything about me except the Quran. Anything I say, anything I do. Look what the Muslim did. The Prophet said, Abu Sa'd al-Khudri reported that Allah Messenger said, don't take down anything from me. And he who took down anything from me except the Quran, he should efface it. This is stupidity. The guy, he just told them, don't write down anything I say except the Quran. They went there and they wrote down. The Prophet says, don't write anything. He just told you don't write it down. I mean, do you see the stupidity? The guy, he just told them, don't write down what I'm saying. Only Quran. The Muslim, they write down. The Prophet said, don't write down what I'm saying. Imagine you are a teacher and you have such a students. The guy just told you, don't write it. So why you are writing it? It's just a fresh. The statement is a fresh. I mean, how fresh it can be more than this? He just said to them, don't write down what I say. Only Quran. They went to the wall and started saying, the Prophet says, don't write anything you say, only Quran. What the heck? What kind of IQ is that? Oh boy. So guys, feel free to download my video. As you know, I don't keep them for long. And actually, I'm going to delete the previous videos. So you will have maybe this one only for now. So I will leave it maybe until tomorrow. So you can download it, share it with your friends. You can cut it pieces, like the Muslims who call me. Maybe you can cut the part where this woman, she called me. She is really weird. You know, Liza. She's 12th century old. Anyway, I want to say thank you, and may the Lord bless you all. As always, we prove Islam to be filthy, false, disgusting, garbage in, garbage out, and no Muslim can refute us. And we are happy for our sister, Ayesha. She decided to leave Islam, but she did not choose yet to be Christian, but she is very close. So I would like you all to pray for her, that soon she will accept the Messiah as her Lord, as her Savior. And we pray that the Lord even will open the eyes of her family, so we can save the whole family together. And they will be joining together in the heaven of God one day. Thank you. And until we see you soon again. Christ is Lord. Islam is a joke. And Islam without lies dies. Take care.
But I mean, again, he doesn't know who Gabriel is, right? Because he didn't come from an Abrahamic faith. The people of Mecca were pagan.
The Quran is mentioned, if this book was from other than God, they would have found in it many contradictions.
If a book is without contradictions, that has no bearing on whether it comes from God or not. I've had phone books that are inerrant, but I certainly don't think God gave them.
That we believe without understanding.
The brother asked a very important question, that most of the scholars say that listening to music, watching movies, and most of the television programs, they're haram. So how can we have fun? Let me tell you, brother, at the outset, that having fun is permitted in Islam as long as the fun is halal fun.
That the standard narrative has holes in it.
The Prophet tells us because Satan or the devil sleeps over our nostrils. Those who oversleep and not pray Fajr on time, Satan urinates in their ears.
I really do think Jesus was crucified and that he really was dead and buried. He thought that he was a son of God in the sense that he was specially chosen by God. I think Jesus really did think he was going to be the Messiah, the future king of Israel. I mean, that is, after all, why they crucified him.